going to stop the music, yes.
There we go, just on cue.
Right.
Difficult to speak with the mask.
I know it's so unusual, isn't it? I never know what it's on, it's off.
It's 0, yeah?
Right. Well, good morning, everybody, and congratulations on making it through the COP security cordon. You all deserve a welcome for that. I'm very pleased to see you all. Of course, we've had to keep numbers down, but we'll have a great conversation among this panel. I suspect everybody in this room knows that hydrogen's going to be at the core of the energy transition, and that the energy transition is at the core of the low carbon transition generally. And in fact, it's not only that hydrogen has a role itself in particularly power generation, but it has a really important role in supporting other renewables, most of which at the moment are intermittent, and hydrogen provides that stability. Sorry, hydropower. I was going on to my next remark. Anyway, it's great the panel are going to keep me straight. So the other thing is hydropower has great potential to generate green hydrogen, which itself is going to be so important. But unfortunately, there's a huge proportion of the world's potential hydropower is not in operation. It's not, there just hasn't, that potential has just not been realized, even where it's economically viable. And it's particularly a problem in emerging and developing countries. And even in Russia, which is, quite an advanced emerging economy, only 19% of the hydro potential is utilized. And projected growth for the 2020s, and this is absolutely the deciding decade for low carbon transition, the projected growth for hydropower is nearly 25%, a quarter slower than in the last decade. And if we don't up that, we're not really going to manage to tackle some of the hard-to-abate sectors and to underpin the expansion of renewables in other sectors. And of course, we've got the 2050 target in view, but unless we meet the 2030 target, we're in really, really deep trouble. As well as the low emission power generation and supporting the stability of power generation, hydropower brings very significant environmental, social benefits and economic benefits. It's not just electricity, and we know there are still hundreds of millions of people, particularly in sub-Saharan Africa, who don't have access to electricity, which means they just can't fulfill their economic potential. They can't undergo education properly. They can't have productive jobs that require electricity. For goodness sake, they're not even, able to be connected, many of them, to the internet, which is now such a key feature of their lives. As well as that, as well as sustaining quality of life and regional development, hydropower can also help with safety, because it can help regulate water flow and prevent flooding. So that's going to be increasingly important with climate change for the future. So that's just a little bit of context about why we're here. I would like to introduce our keynote speaker, Eddie Rich, who's CEO of the International Hydropower Association. And once Eddie's set the scene for us from his perspective, I'll introduce the rest of this wonderful panel. Eddie.
Thanks, Joan. Can I stand up?
Please,
We're amongst friends. And Joan, you've set the scene out very well. So I'd just add perhaps a little bit of richness to what Joan has said. You're right. There's the challenge of baseload in places like Russia, particularly, where only 19% of the capacity is tapped. And as you say, the backup, the storage, we're going to get a lot more wind on the grids all around the world. We're going to get a lot more sun. But of course, that thing about when the wind doesn't blow and the sun doesn't shine, we need backup. And what to do when the wind blows too much and the sun shines too much. How do we not waste that? And I think that whole question of storage, long duration energy storage, is the ignored crisis within the wider crisis. And it's very much the job of my organisation, the International Hydropower Association, to wake the world up to that ignored crisis. We've got a forgotten giant, to use Fatih Birol's words from the IEA, and we've also got this incredible storage potential, which we're not, taking full advantage of. So IEA have said, yep, you need to double the capacity of sustainable hydropower in the next 30 years. You've got to build in the next 30 years the same or more than what we have built in the last 120. That's the size of the challenge, whilst a lot of these projects still aren't bankable. So we need policy changes. We as an organisation are trying to focus very much on what are those policies that are going to be required to make more of these projects bankable. What are the tweaks to the market that make this an attractive investment opportunity? Longer term contracting, more centralized planning in this area. We need minimum prices for storage. We need to look at tax arrangements. We can look at a whole set of issues which will be different in different countries and different environments, but at essence, it should be rewarding flexibility and storage as well as energy or electricity generation. At the moment, the market will support the generation, but not for all these assets which aren't necessarily doing anything when the wind is blowing and the sun is shining. So that's the problem, the ignored crisis. So we're working with governments on policies. We're also looking at what the potential is. What's the pipeline and the potential? Now, a lot of people will say, well, we've come a long way. The potential isn't there. Well, we know that's not true for Russia. But even in North America and Europe, there's still enormous potential. Some of it very low intensity in terms of, could be modernization of existing assets. It could be retrofitting non-powered dams. It could be off-river pump storage. There's a whole set of things that can be done all around the world. And by the way, there are over 500,000 topologically fine sites off-river for pumped storage around the world. So don't believe any myths saying, hey, there aren't any sites available. Even if 1 in 1,000 of them is good, we've still got plenty to go around the world. Which brings me on to the next point, which is we must make sure that they're sustainable, right? This has been a big challenge for hydropower in the past. It's why, to some extent, hydropower is not as sexy in this hall or in this whole area as some of the other renewables, because there have been mistakes made in the past. We're the older sister of the renewables, and we're a bit uglier in terms of our history. But you know, we have tidied ourselves up, and we do now know, because we have worked with NGOs, we've worked with governments, and we've worked with international banks to establish an internationally agreed set of tools, sustainability tools. They're not ours. They're not. This isn't industry marking its own homework. It's independently assessed. It's multi-stakeholder design. This is the hydropower sustainability standard, and we last week produced a document called last month produced a document called the San Jose Declaration, signed up to by hundreds of different organizations around the world. Alok Sharma presented it, and it says, going forward, the only acceptable hydropower is sustainable hydropower. So, you're planning anything new in order to create the green aluminium and the other support to the other hard-to-abate industries, do it. I really encourage. There's huge opportunity out there. It is absolutely needed for green aluminium, for other hard-to-abate sectors. But make sure you have certified it as good practice against the sustainability practice. It will help you very much down the line. So with that, that's the message we're trying to get out in this week and next week. That San Jose Declaration on Sustainable Hydropower has been presented to the world leaders. We have an event here tomorrow in, I think it's the Water Pavilion, no, Nordic Pavilion, sorry, just across the way there. Please come along and you can hear more about that declaration. But let's build. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Eddie, and a very powerful message about the unrealised potential, but also that potential has to be brought into use sustainably, and that we have to make sure we do it properly. So we're now going to move on to our panel discussion, and I'm delighted to introduce Vincent Michel Duval, who is the General Director of the Global Sustainable this event with N+ Group. And then we have Greg McNabb, who's a partner at the firm Baker McKenzie, who've worked a lot in the low carbon area, as I know from previous interactions. We've got Alexander Crevoy from Russ Hydro. And last but by no means least, we've got Vyacheslav Solomin, who's the Chief Operating Officer of N+ Group. And they're going to pick up some of the themes that Eddie has already identified, and hopefully advance understanding of what needs to be done to make the contribution to the low carbon transition as quick and as massive as it ought to be. So I'd like to start by asking how significant the role of hydropower is in the future green economy, and whether any of the panelists would like to just respond. I mean, Greg, would you like to pick that up?
Sure. So, thank you, Eddie, for the opening remarks, and Joan, thank you for setting the stage as well. It's Eddie, when you sum it up the way the two of you just did, to me it's shocking almost that we haven't come back to hydro. So way back when I started as a mechanical engineer, and so when I first started working on renewable projects as a lawyer, the first ones I did were hydro projects in Canada, because it seemed so simple. It was just such a basic, simple concept, and here we are decades later, and we're asking ourselves the question, like, how do we go back to simple, and how do we talk again about renewing this fleet? And so we'll talk in detail, I think, about a few of those points, but it all ties together nicely, I think, with the focus here at COP26 on Article 6 and the the linking and the interaction. In a way, it's surprising that it's taken us this long to get to Article 6, but to me, it's a great tie-in with hydropower as well, just because the idea of magnifying the impact that hydro projects can have in one country and then sort of moving it across into another. I think that's just a phenomenal addition to the process. So
Greg, I'm so, I don't want to interrupt your flow, but I just wonder if you could say why Article 6 is important, what it is and why it's important for hydropower, in case not everybody is familiar with all the terminology.
So absolutely. So Article 6 is it's the mechanism which is going to allow one country to trade with the other in its emission reduction efforts. And so the idea being that, we've all each country set its target reductions, and then we're now talking about, if one country is better at, for example, if Russia is better or has more access to hydropower and wants to transfer some of the benefits to another country that doesn't have the same access or the same infrastructure, then they can do that. And that's the discussion we're having here is, exactly how does that work? How do you define equivalency basically across countries and across these trading patterns? And so it brings in a number of things that we've been talking about at COPs for 20 years, but including standards and trading mechanisms and all of those things. But that's the general point, is that one country would be able to do something it's really good at for the benefit of another country that doesn't have that same ability to do it as efficiently.
Great, thank you. And you had one or two final comments to make.
So the idea that, as a sort of on the global hierarchy, the idea that hydropower is, it's about 17% of our global electricity generation, but it's surprising to me that it's second only to coal and gas, the two other sources of energy that we're trying in the long term to replace. So to me, it's just such a natural fit to have hydropower kind of just slide up that scale. You're basically just downplaying the top two and then sliding hydropower up. It just seems like such an easy transition, which I know I'm singing to the choir, and we're all here because we understand the potential. But to me, as Eddie, I think you were just saying, I think it's just simple, and so the simpler the better in my view. So I'll stop there. But
okay, thank you. Well, Alexander, your company operates hydropower plants, and we've heard that there is a lot of unrealized potential in Russia. Would you like to say a little bit about where you are and where you hope to be?
Of course, thank you very much for the opportunity to participate in this meeting, in this panel discussion. Our company is one of the biggest owner of hydropower facility. It's in the top of 5 or 6 companies. Its installed capacity more than 38 gigawatts. And we operate in all over Russia, from European part to Far East, where we have some heat power plants. And I would like to add one more important thing concerning hydropower, that it's not only about electricity, it's also about resilience infrastructure, because we have a very interesting project in Angara River. We now design some big dams that helps to save the settles that near the Angara River from the flow. And in the other case, as previous was said, how it's important for international trade. We are the biggest renewable generator in Russia. And we helps our client to be more clean, to be more green, to decline its carbon footprint. And if you, Russian company who want to export something, you should describe your carbon footprint, especially in countries like such European Union. And when we try to And when we help through the direct contract to supply of electricity. The other hand, that our clients want to make an investment, make green investment from Western countries, from Western banks, and they want to be greener and they want to be more responsible for climate. And we suggest them the IREC certificates. So it's also a very important tool because our clients come to us, they said, why should we buy the certificate? But when they identify that it's easy for them to future to make credits, they said, okay, it's better than we will take more expensive credits.
Thank you. Thank you very much. I mean, some important points there about Russia, but also internationally, and how trading is going to evolve during the transition, I think. Vincent Michel, from the point of view of an association, you know, the clues in the name, sustainable electricity, would you like to just pick up some of these themes?
Yes. Thank you so much for having me. It seems that I had the easiest access to this event. Obviously, I'm not here at COP. I'll be here next week. So looking forward to discuss with you all. So thank you for having me. Yes, from our perspective, so GCEP quickly is a CEO-led alliance of global electricity companies. So at the heart of the electrification revolution, and we obviously promote cleaner electricity generation, such as hydropower, obviously. So, but to come back to your points and to Eddie's rich point. So the role of hydropower for the future of green economy, in 2 words, three maybe, very, very significant. So because the green economy will obviously rely on zero carbon electrification. So hydropower will play a major role in that. Not only hydropower is a low carbon energy source, but it's also essential to further integrate renewable energy sources. And Eddie talked about it, such as wind and solar. Without hydro and much more of it globally, I think the clean transition will be, to say the least, very difficult. We talk a lot about PV and winds. Obviously, they'll be a huge contributor because as GCEP, we promote a 100% renewable energy grid. But we need hydropower in order to coupling wind and solar. It makes perfect sense to couple them together with hydro. It's a perfect team to ensure that the grid is green, while also ensuring that utilities company can provide the quality of service that end users are expecting. I mean, we've seen that on the news, power outage and stuff, and that hydropower has to play a huge role in that aspect. So the equilibrium of the grid. So from the grid operator perspective, and this is where my organization is also, it's very, very important because as Eddie mentioned, when the sun doesn't shine, when the wind doesn't blow, hydropower can be there. Hydropower is flexible. It's the most valuable kind of electricity and generating power. Green, renewable, fully dispatchable, predictability, availability very high. I mean, it's the perfect package for that. So, and maybe last point is that hydropower is also innovating, not only from just a maintenance perspective, but also more and more in terms of generation and end uses. So and Eddie touched about it a little bit. The pump storage hydropower is potential is huge. After reservoir storage, I think pump storage is the second largest for clean energy storage in the world. So we need more of that, and we'll be able to do more in electrification of end uses by doing more hydropower. So when we're talking about that, so obviously electrification of transportation, green hydrogen, we've talked a little bit early on, building, etc. So yes, hydropower, a very, very important role in the green energy and green economy. So yeah, that would be my take on it.
Great, thank you. I mean, you picked up this point about electrification, and electrification is going to be, I mean, we won't be able to get to net zero without electrification. We all know that's the path we're going down. Has the regulation and the policy in the electricity sector kept up with the demand growth for electrification and the penetration of renewables into the electricity sector? And if not, what needs to happen?
I'm sorry, I lost a bit of your question because
Okay. What I was saying was that has regulation of the electricity sector, policy on the electricity sector, has it kept up with what needs to happen to drive electrification for the future? And has it kept up with the increasing importance of renewables in the electricity sector?
I think there's still a lot to be done on that because, and I guess we'll talk with more later on it, but on the regulatory and administrative, there's a burden on that side to be able to generate more projects and to be able to build them in a timely fashion. So for sure, there's that we need to work on. And we also need to probably work on the public perception of hydropower as well. And this is on our side to publicize the benefits and what it can provide as a solution. There's a couple of elements for sure that we need in order to work on the policy side in order to move faster. One other element I always mention is that normally when you build new capacity, you need to transport this electricity, and so regulatory and administrative stuff needs to be lighter so they can do those projects faster. But yeah, there's a lot of things to do, but the idea here is if we want to reach a 2030 goals, 2050 goals, we need to be able to move faster than we are as of right now.
Thank you. I think that point about electrification and about regulation and policy is kind of related to this whole question of what's going to shape the future of the hydro industry, Slava. So perhaps you would share your thoughts on that?
Thank you, John. Well, I have to repeat some of the thoughts that my colleague already expressed. I believe the future of hydropower is first, it needs to be proven sustainable. So there is a significant role of regulation which would ensure that all the stakeholders are comfortable that it's a sustainable energy source. And just because my favorite topic is that typically the geography of where the customers and where the sources of green or renewable power are located are different places. Say, like on example of Russia, we have, as you said, the huge hydro potential. And even only in Eastern Siberia, the one which is not utilized is like 3 times as much as UK in total consumes. So that's a huge potential. And at the same time, Russia is short in sun, for example, right? Like the whole Canada is to the south of Russia. I mean, there is sun there, but you cannot generate much on it. So there is hydro there, there is little sun, there is some wind, and in order to move into the sustainable future, energy future, each country has to build its own solution. And first, as I said, it needs to be sustainable. Second, it will be a vital part of the energy storage. It's energy storage as a pump, or as I see, second one is there will be large new consumers of hydropower, like electrolyzers for hydrogen. Otherwise, like again on example of Russia, you cannot endlessly build aluminium smelters because they're so huge. I mean, you can build develop new projects for hydrogen if there is a demand and there is a economics in there. Or alternatively, the third thing is make it's more international. Like for example, some countries, as mostly in emerging markets, they do not necessarily have the internal resource to finance the creation of new renewable energy sources. Say Africa would be a very good example, so South Asia, Take Indonesia, who has vast hydro resources, but they're still burning coal. So technically speaking, there could be mechanisms allowing to finance the creation of new hydropower plants, amongst other power sources. And benefits of that could be shared by the country of origin and other investors, because per se, CO2, I don't know, it's not right to say it here, it's not really pollutant. I mean, it's like, it has a global nature. I mean, it doesn't matter where geographically it's emitted or consumed or absorbed. It doesn't matter. I mean, it's a global thing. So technically speaking, we should be investing and building more hydropower plants where they geographically more viable, like in Russia or Canada, and build solar not above the polar circle, but somewhere in Northern Africa, you know? So that's, I'm thinking that the sustainable future of hydropower is in finding the consensus among the public and finding the right technical solutions.
Thank you. And I think actually you've taken us back to where Greg
Yes.
kicked off the discussion with, you know, making the best use of resources in each different country and Article 6. And I heard last night from a panel with Christiana Figueres and the First Minister Nicola Sturgeon that there's been some limited progress on this Article 6, which would allow financing from other countries to happen with, you know, standards and so on. But it isn't there yet. So, you know, I think one of the messages for all these people at the COP, all these countries and negotiators, is they have to agree on the rule book for Article 6 because it's unfinished business since Paris, and that would help hydropower, therefore it would help electrification, therefore it would help development, therefore it would help the whole low carbon transition. So I think you said, Greg, that we need to make the projects more bankable, and Article 6 sounds as if it's part of the answer. But I wonder if Eddie or you want to say a little bit more about how you make those projects more bankable, or indeed Alexander and Slava, who are in companies that operate hydropower. But would you like to kick off?
Sure. So I maybe just talk for a minute and then I'll pass it over to Eddie. But I come back to, like, in the beginning, so decades ago, hydropower purchase agreements were some of the simplest, you know, looking at the time they didn't seem simple, but in hindsight they are some of the simplest contracts to construct because everything was so relatively predictable at the time. So the idea that we're now coming back to that, and not only simple in the terms of like the local jurisdiction where they're put in place, but also the idea that you would transfer or you would have equivalency across power purchase agreements in multiple jurisdictions. So I think that's one feature that these contracts have for them, is that they don't look, they look apples to apples in different countries, even though although they were developed for, you know, different legal regimes and different financing regimes. They don't look that much different. So unlike, you know, maybe a solar contracts, which seem to vary. But then finally, just what I think is also leading us down this path is, over the last few years, the green bond kind of craze or trend, if you will, that's kind of indirectly doing what we're now talking about doing, which with Article 6. So green bonds have kind of tested the waters of taking money from one jurisdiction and going into another and using it to finance some of these things, which always seemed 2 or 3 years ago, it seemed exotic. And now it's not as much, but I think with Article 6 we could get there in an even more efficient manner. So I'll maybe let Eddie.
Eddie?
Well, yeah, I'm not sure I have much to add. I mean, I of course mentioned earlier on that markets naturally reward electricity generation rather than what balances the system, what balances the grid. But there's the other thing that they reward, which is instant returns. And if you've got a choice of building a gas plant and getting returns within 3 years, or building a hydropower plant and maybe not having any returns, certainly not any profits within 15 years, which are you going to choose? Which are you more likely to get investment for? Of course, that unless there is a government intervention, then you're always going to find yourself going to the quick and easy, and in this case, dirty solution. So there is need for government choices. There are mechanisms that are being tried out all over the world, some of them very effective, for making sure that these market failures are balanced out through good policy and it still becomes attractive. But this is slow. And in the meantime, too many of these dirty projects have been going through because they are easier. So what's happening down at the end of the corridor here, it's a matter of political will and choice. And they have to say, right, we're going to do a lot more tweaking of the market to make sure that long-term returns, this temporal asymmetry, as it's called, is addressed.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Slava?
Yeah, thank you. I would add a couple of words. I think hydropower is, to build hydropower is by far more expensive than the currently build this solar plant or wind farm. But in the long run, especially if you look at it from the climate perception, we all know that the useful life of the solar plants or the wind farms like 25, 30 years, then you have to scrap it or recycle it, do something. And then if you calculate the emissions on the producing this equipment, then running it, and then actually just doing something with it after it's broken or after it's end of its life, and then calculate with the hydro dam and equipment, with like equipment can run for like 50 years, really, if it's like maintained properly. And the dam can last over 100 years, maybe hundreds of years. So essentially, if you calculate it long term, and if you talk to some long-term investors like sovereign funds and other who are concerned with something resilient and conservative, you can find right people for this industry who understand it's not quick and dirty, but it's like something that can run for ages.
Yes, I would like to add, I totally agree. I think we should focus on, in one hand, on the demand. If we see that there is a demand on green renewable electricity, it's more suitable and it helps people to choose hydropower. But in the other hand, if we try to look back for 10 years and explain people who lived 10 years ago that there will be IREX, there will be direct contracts for supply of electricity, and it will be a good opportunity to earn extra money, most of operators of hydropower plants said, it's strange. But now it's a reality, and now we have a huge demand on these instruments, on these tools. And if we will develop the policy, if we will develop the measures to support hydropower, for example, in Russia we have special contracts for renewables, for new renewables facility, that grid company should buy this certain amount of electricity that produced on small hydropower plants or on solar panels. And if we will develop these technologies, electricity, hydropower electricity will be better, will be more, will be cleaner, because people will choose it. So that's it.
I think someone mentioned the word market failures, and for people to choose, I think what you're all saying is the market failures have to be addressed have to be compensated for in either through regulation or through financial instruments. But I quite like to ask Vincent and Vincent Michel and Eddie, because they're from organisations going beyond an individual company. How important will a unified voice be in the future, and is it even possible? I mean, you have in GCEP, you have people from so many different types of generation or transmission and distribution. So is it possible to have a unified voice, and how important is that in trying to get government to give the right framework for the electrification agenda to be pursued?
Well, on GCEP side is, I mean, yes, we have different members, different generations, some hydro, nuclear, wind, name it, they're there. But we all tend towards the same objective, is decarbonize our grid. So the objective is to be fully renewable grids. And I've touched on the importance of the hydropower and its ability to regulate and to ensure stability of those grids. So yes, we come from different perspectives. We have our international policies and all of that, and the country policies quite different, but yeah, all shaping into the same goals, objectives, and working together to alineate the different hurdles that we have. And so it's not necessarily easy. We've talked about government action, regulatory streaming, but I think the element we didn't discuss here is probably also the market regulators, which are nationally or in Europe, in the States, Canada, they have a huge say as well as how we can develop more hydropower. We need clear signal from them that we need more of hydro. And the thing is, PV and wind are super important. I'm not saying I'm not saying any otherwise, but hydropower is providing a type of service that is super important for operators of grids, and therefore its value should probably look differently. Yes, it is long projects, it is expensive to build, but they're there for 50, 60, 70 years. And so we need to find ways to move forward on that. Maybe Eddie can add on that.
Yeah. Eddie, do you want to pick that up?
You mean a unified voice across renewables rather than unified voice within the hydropower sector? I mean, but or across the whole of energy.
Well, why don't you unpack it at the different layers? So have you got a unified voice from the hydropower sector first, and then, is there a unified voice of renewables, a unified voice from the electricity sector?
Well, no, and is the answer to all of the above. I think the first thing is making sure that there are distinctions, of course, between the markets of the various renewables, and they need to be understood. So there will be only a certain amount of areas where there will be unanimity. But we're working very closely with wind and solar, and particularly geothermal, which has very similar issues. And we're delighted with those partnerships. But even within hydropower, of course, I'm not here to defend unsustainable hydropower. That's not my interest. I don't think they should be bad projects, and there have been. And if I represent 1/3 of installed capacity around the world, but do I want to have more? Well, only if it's sustainable. So that's the first thing. Yeah, it's got to be sustainable. And then I lose sleep over the fact that people are spending a hell of a lot of money on PR campaigns individually with slightly separate messages. Slightly different. And I'm saying, guys, imagine we do a global campaign explaining I don't really like the word PR, but explaining what what hydropower is and the policy options there, instead of all spending individual. Why don't you give 10% of your money that you would be spending on your PR campaigns to a global messaging information service? Then we're going to save a lot of efficiencies. And then when we've got that going and people understand, you know, that water, wind, and sun gets the job done, or whatever, then we can start working. Well, not start, but continue deepening that messaging across the others, so the message gets through to policymakers. You've got to plan the long term in this game.
And you genuinely think it would be more effective for people to come together like that?
Without a doubt. I mean, it's fragmented, it's complicated. Nobody understands what we're talking about, and we've got to just be able to stop paying lots of clever people to just slightly nuance the message and just actually say the same message with very, as you said, very, very different regional implications and nuances, because there are different solutions. So it's not a straightforward, you know, let's all use the same motto. But we are way off where we should be.
So our two hydropower operators and developers, do you think this is worth exploring for the future, trying to come together on something like this?
Well, yes, I believe it's very useful. It's absolutely necessary to come together on certain topics, on, as we all discussed, on regulation or how calculate emissions from hydro plants and how to communicate it to society and to all the stakeholders. I think, yes, it is important. Maybe some nuances will appear, but there'll be global think tank on that, at least. And we have respectable organizations for this, IHA and GSAP, of which we're a member of both.
Yeah.
As well as hydro.
Yes,
Yeah.
yeah. And yes, it sounds strange, but we have the same water all over the world, and we have the same concrete all over the world. So when we communicate, when we exchange the ideas, when we help each other, it's help to improve our life, because this is the sustainable development as it is, when you try to make life better.
So there's been a really common thread through the discussion about sustainability, and I mean, you know, how crucial that is, which is, let me just be a bit provocative, that's easy to say, but how can we ensure that the sector's going to grow more sustainably, not even just more sustainably, but only sustainably? So, Eddie, do you want to...
Can I take that one?
Yeah.
Because I really think we can embed this, right? We can make it impossible for unsustainable projects to go ahead. How? Well, as I say, we have worked alongside the NGOs to develop this this hydropower sustainability standard, launched 6 weeks ago. Right? It's not ours. It was designed by a group, and we were only one voice within that. It is not assessed by us. It's independently assessed. It is accepted by. Well, I'll come on to that actually. So that is the standard. We are expecting all of our members, and these two companies have already strongly expressed their willingness to use the standard, and so going forward, we hope that all major development, hydropower development, will be assessed against the standard. So if you want to be a member of IHA, now that's probably not your top priority, but if you want to, then you can't unless you do this. Secondly, if you want financing, If you're going to go for green bonds, this is now part of the green bond requirements for sustainable hydropower. If you want to go to the World Bank or the IFC, it's aligned with the World Bank and IFC requirements. EU taxonomy, aligned with this standard. And then the next stage we're trying to get to is talking with a whole load of governments and saying, why don't you embed this in your regulations and policies, this standard? You've got to meet at least good practice, and there's some nuances beyond that. So, and I would also say to suppliers and manufacturers, don't supply unless these projects have said, yeah, we're going to be meeting standards. So if you want to be part of the gang, if you want to get supplies, if you want to get finance, if you want to actually operate legally, you won't be able to do it unless you're demonstrably sustainable.
Great. Vincent, Michel?
Maybe I could add on that. I mean, when we're talking about sustainability, we all often intend to environmental aspect of it, but there's also the social aspects and governance objectives, all of that. So maybe on the social aspects of things, I mean, all project sponsors around the world need to ensure that this social license to operate is there early on in the concept stage. I mean, we need to maintain, we need to nurture throughout the planning execution of the project, and it's something which is very difficult and very important. It's in countries such as Canada and US, or my backyard actually. So such license to operate means that indigenous communities need to be involved as well, and we need to consult them, we need to include them. We need to assess the social, the economic development of all of those projects. And it is a bit complicated, but at the end of the day, it's very important in order for us to build more hydro projects, more renewable. And there's a couple of examples of things that work well on that side. And of course, a lot of others that didn't go as well, as this part was not integrated. And it's just very, very important to think about that as well when we talk about sustainability.
And could our two colleagues from Russia say whether this feels the same in Russia, and whether you have any particular recommendations as to how to ensure that sustainability in Russia meets the best standards? Slava, do you want to?
Well, I would say that in Russia currently there are various regulations and various interests of groups of people and organizations on this topic. So there is no code. So basically, there is no checklist you go through and you are sustainable. Not yet. And Russia should be basically part of the global solution, and it should be recognized and be easily financed. But also, we need to communicate to various organizations. And I would say at this point in time, a lot of them are not as, educated as much as in many other countries. So they're local, they're not in my backyard, like just no way. I mean, and that will take time. That's one part.
Sorry, do you mind?
Yeah, no, this is great.
I think there is a checklist. There is a sustainability checklist. It has been developed with buy-in from all around the world, and as I say, it's got these international institutions.
Yes.
And you've supported it. So
yes. What I'm saying with that checklist, you cannot go through it and then you're saying you're fine in Russia. That's it. So in Russia, you have to do a lot of other things. Like
I see. Yeah.
in addition, and it's not like only that checklist. So you have to go through other checklists, and they're pre-endless. You don't know where it ends, and it pops up everywhere. So basically, that's why I'm saying there is a lot of education needs to be done. That's one thing. Second, when you want to build a dam in Russia, first, well, the actual dam would be yours, but the actual lake reservoir would be belonging to the government. So the government will play a very important role in how it's been done. And the sustainability of the power plant is heavily dependent on whether the lake, the reservoir was done properly. the wood is cut and removed and everything, and how the local communities were treated. So basically, you have to work with them very closely. So all together, taken all together, I would say that we should take that checklist, take it to the government, take it to the local communities, just go through explaining each point and get them involved to do the project right the first time. Like, just so that everybody is involved, everybody has their voice.
I love the phrase doing it right first time, but with the local governments involved and the communities. I think that's really quite powerful. And if we could get all developers doing that, then your requirement for everything to be sustainable, you're collectively, the world, yes, the thing. Anyway, Alexander,
yes,
what would
I
you
would
like to
just
add?
add a little bit, because in Rushydro we have such a strong division of research and development. We have our own design institutes, and now we start the 3 years research to research the absorption of reservoirs, as was told earlier. And we try to see in 9 different reservoirs in the different climate parts of Russia, in European, in Siberia, in Central Russia, how they affect to CO2 emissions and absorptions. And we see, according to this investigation that starts now, that it's very important to take attention to climate zones where this reservoir. It's very important to see which temperature it is, because in the Siberia we have low temperature and there is such small emissions. In the European part it's a little bit bigger, but there are also very important the age of reservoirs. And these small details also fulfill the idea of sustainability like hydropower, because on the other hand, you can claim it and you can support it, but on the other hand, you should prove it by facts, by researches, by investigations. And if we finish, and when we finished, we will share our experience, and that's why we are closely communicated with international organization, with the company Eurosip Energy, and with all the people who are interested in this. We are ready to share this information and to explain it, because all our researchers and studies conducted with the methods of IPCC. Because there are some researchers who involved in IPCC, and they try to and they work with us. It's in the institutes like Moscow State University, like Institute of Climate of Russia, and independent researchers. So this is the idea of sustainability, that you improve it and you prove that it's improvement.
Yeah, I think that's really powerful, actually. And Cristiana Figueres was saying last night in her lecture that, you know, we have to be driven by the science, and that's what you're saying. And then there has to be accountability for what we're doing. So really, really very powerful points there. We're coming to the last little segment of this session. So I wondered if each speaker might say either what they think, you know, the most difficult challenge is that the hydropower is facing today, or maybe if you were, you know, leader of the globe and you could make one big change, what would you like it to be? So either of those questions or both. And Greg, do you want to start on that?
So it's tough to pick just one, but so you mentioned, you made the comment a couple of minutes ago about being provocative. So I'll add something to the mix that maybe it's a factor. I won't call it a challenge, but and that's the idea that China is the owner and the developer and the builder of more than half of the hydro projects in Southeast Asia and Latin America and Sub-Saharan Africa. And so they're a significant player, not only in putting these projects in place, but the sustainability going into them and coming out of them. And so it will be important as for one country to have such a big role in this industry. It will be important to have them as part of this discussion. And so all of the things that we're talking about now about, standards, which all tie in level, they're perfect for the discussion about Article 6, but we need China to participate in these discussions. I mean, second is obviously Russia in terms of just the sheer size, but Russia's part of this discussion. And so I think a factor is going to be getting China to partake in these sort of initiatives and discussions.
Okay. Slava, why don't you?
Well, first, thank you. I would say that one of the challenges, to make it as I said, more accepted for countries, and in doing that, I would say we need to demonstrate more a role of providing source of water to countries. So it's not only power, it's a source of fresh water, which is going to be quite a valuable resource. It is now, and it's going to be more valuable in the future. So that role, I think it's a bit underappreciated now, and that needs to be considered and raised to a proper level. And second, I would say that new types of hydropower should be popularized, right? Some run on the river, like ocean turbines with working from the currents, like various types, and that will make hydropower more popular, probably as popular as the wind farms.
And implicit in that is an issue around very responsible operation, a lot of attention to biodiversity, a lot of measurement of the impact of any individual plant. So you really can demonstrate to local communities that you're fulfilling those objectives of clean water and the wider environmental contribution, as well as the contribution to the low carbon transition.
I think there should be a framework where you talk on various aspects like water, biodiversity, like how you impact on communities and the local economies, so that you can capture all the aspects of your projects. And that will be part of that checklist too. Yes. And there should be a framework to communicate with everybody on this.
Okay. Vincent Michel.
Well, I would take maybe, if I had to choose one, public perception of the projects that we're building, not only hydropower, but it's true for wind, it's true for solar as well. I mean, if we talk about our little group here, I'm sure we're all pretty convinced of the necessity of those projects. But when you are talking to local communities, when you're talking about putting infrastructure in their backyards and stuff like that, it's very complicated. So public perception, convincing them that it's for the greater good, and all of that is key to all of those projects. And without that, I mean, hydro, wind, solar, new transmission lines, all of those things that are super important in order to achieve our objectives here, to decarbonize our economies, will be impossible. So for me, it's across all sectors. It would be probably the one that we need to work more and in a collaborative way as well. So IHA, GCEP, and other organizations such as ours need to do more on that side as well, and not only speaking internally about our issues as utilities or power producers. That would be my take.
Yeah. And I think that picks up a point made earlier about early engagement with the local communities and the local governments, doesn't it? So, Alexander, what would you like to contribute?
I think the main challenge and the thing I would like to change at that there are people who don't recognize hydropower as a renewable, clean, and sustainable, especially those people who take finance decisions. So this is the main challenge, and we should change it together.
Okay, well, I think we're setting ourselves this challenge just now. But Eddie, why don't you come in at this point?
I think I've already said all of them. I remind you the 3 Ps. So we need better policies to incentivize the longer term and to reward balance as well as generation. We need second P practices. You've heard me on sustainability, and the third P is perception. And we need to all work better on understanding that sustainable hydropower is clean, green, modern, and affordable. If I may, just to say, because we're in the Russia Pavilion, just one really interesting point about hydropower in Russia, and it is amazing to me that 81% of your potential is untapped, because you have a great advantage. So much of your water is really high up above where you get biodiversity. Yeah. It's not much biodiversity up there. There's not much population up there. You've got these struggles that most of the world is facing are potentially easier there. Sorry.
Well, I need to sum up, and then we need to clear the room for 12:30. Well, would you please just give me a moment? Because what I was going to say was I now want to pick up on that point in particular and some others. If there's time at the end, maybe. If not, we're all willing to engage with you after the session. But we didn't program in questions, forgive me, but that was the remit I was given. So there was. But I think your point about diversity, if I may, I would differ from.
Okay.
I've had the privilege of visiting Lake Baikal, which has the most wonderful ecosystem and species. It needs to be protected. There are things doing that are impacting on it that really, really need to be carefully thought through.
Totally.
N+ has actually funded quite a lot of measurement there and monitoring of what's happening in cooperation with academics and the government in Russia, and that really has to be protected for the future, and that governs the regulations which allow what water can be taken out of Lake Baikal. And so, while it may feel quite different from some of the tropical areas, I think maybe it's a little bit of a diversification.
I was talking right up at the top of Siberia, but
okay, well,
you're right. I exaggerated.
Maybe, and I haven't gone to the top of Siberia yet.
But you're right.
And I do just want to pick up some themes because I've been asked to do this. And the first thing I wanted to pick up was I think now, I hope, that we have an irreversible drive to net zero. I think the science has driven us there. We know that electrification is going to be one of the main ways we get there. And if we're going to do electrification on the scale that's required, we can't do that without hydropower for quite a lot of the reasons that the panel has been discussing over the last hour or so. Now, that does require two kinds of sustainability. And the first sustainability is the social sustainability, actually engaging with the local communities. I think the phrase doing it right first time, whether it's through the standard, the checklist, the government approach to the regulation, all of that piece has to be got right. And that has to be got right on environmental grounds, but there is a big sustainability issue in relation to climate change to make sure that we are not building plants, not only that we're not building plants that are damaging to communities or the ecosystem, but we're not building plants that actually don't reduce emissions. I mean, how would that be? That's not only unsustainable, it's actually throwing money away because, frankly, we do have to do net zero, so that is not a very sensible way to go about it. So I think that and the extent to which some coming together to send these messages to the policymakers to work more effectively with communities in all these different countries is important. But the second type of sustainability is financial sustainability, because unless they're financially sustainable, unless we can find financially sustainable solutions, we're not going to get to net zero. I mean, we might like to think we will, but we're not. And so some of the comments that have been made about making sure that the market failures are addressed, really important here. Where Greg started about making sure we get this system of pricing carbon and being able to trade in relation to carbon across jurisdictions. So the COP has to agree the rule book for Article 6. And we have to have confidence that that is respecting the emissions reductions, that those projects that are funded under Article 6 are actually helping in the journey to net zero. And that means we really have to set a context in which the developers just, you know, the market failures don't drive you just to go to what the cheapest option is in the short term, because we've got to think about 2030. This is the decade when we've got to really accelerate, but we've got to be on the right path to get to 2050. So whatever instruments are used to make these projects financially sustainable, they really have to work, and they have to work for the long term and not just for the short term. And there's a lot of work going on that, but it really has to accelerate. For sustainability generally, you have to account for it. You have to account for your financial sustainability. You have to account for your social and your environmental and your emissions sustainability in that sense. And some of the work that needs to be done there is particular to individual countries about how they run their systems, or indeed to companies. And increasingly people are being driven to do that. Some of the cross-border evolution of the approach to trading, I'm not talking about carbon trading, I'm talking about trading, will drive that. And I think you said we have to account for our carbon footprint, and we have to do it in a way that is generally accepted. So if that is the case, if we can achieve that and make progress on that, then we can have green free trade, we can have the electrification at the scale it's needed, and we'll have a chance of reaching net zero. So I think we should now continue the discussion outside, because we, with great respect, we didn't program this in, and I'm sorry if you were informed differently, but we're very, very happy to engage with you on it. And
have a public event, you have a chance for asking questions from esteemed panel. This is absolutely generally accepted practice.
Not all, universal. Anyway, yeah. So thank you all very much. I hope you've learned something, and I hope we can continue the conversation, and I'd be very happy to join that, and I'm sure some of the panel would. So if you will please join me in thanking the panel.
Thanks, John.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you so much, everybody. Have a great day.
It's a very good point.
Stop. Right, good. Welcome again, everybody. We're going to try and keep this particular session about carbon pricing very conversational and certainly brief and focused, because we have a hard stop at 2:50 and Rachel has to leave at 2:45. So
yeah.
when Rachel leaves, that's the signal to for us to start winding it up. I'm delighted to be joined by a very distinguished panel. What I'm going to do is sort of introduce people as we go through. And I'm going to start with just bringing out some themes by way of conversation with my fellow co-chair of the Carbon Pricing Leadership Coalition, Juan Carlos Jobé, the Minister for Energy and Climate for Chile. Jazz hands. So yesterday, believe it or not, there was an even more distinguished panel.
No.
That I
Can we say that?
I don't know. They haven't walked out yet.
Yeah.
But where we managed to get on, thanks to Justin Trudeau, onto a CPLC forum, the head of the IMF, the head of the World Bank, the head of the WTO, so the head
Prime
of
Minister of Sweden.
Prime Minister
President,
of
and they were not
President
of the European
Justin
Commission.
Trudeau.
Justin Trudeau himself,
Himself in
the
person.
Prime Minister of Sweden.
Prime Minister of Sweden.
And the President of the European Commission.
And the President
Yeah.
of the European Commission.
So it was a peace negotiation.
Yeah, exactly.
And
So-
the President of an Indian cement company
And
as
the
well. Important to note.
Oh, yeah, I saw that photo. Yeah,
Very,
down
very
here.
important. And
down
Mark
here.
Carney.
And
'cause
Mark.
it wouldn't be complete without Mark Carney.
It was an amazing lineup.
The key thing for me that came out was a recognition that carbon pricing is out there, but it's just not effective. And it needs to come together.
Yeah.
And those institutions on the panel there actually have huge potential to make progress.
Yeah.
Juan Carlos, what did you think?
I think the main point that was made, my notes, I have my notes here, is that it actually works. It's very basic, but it works. So
Carbon
I think
pricing
carbon pricing works very well. I mean, in Europe, it has done its homework. Europe has been growing and reducing emissions at the same time. It has been working in other places as well. And the other thing that I found interesting was Justin Trudeau's discussion about the political economy of it. So it said it works, but it's not that easy to pull it off, right? To pass the pieces of legislation that are required, it's hard politically, right?
Yep. And I think this has perhaps been the reason that carbon pricing, which is old as the hills, as long as people have been talking about climate, they've been talking about carbon pricing, hasn't made the progress because of the political unintended consequences. But we're smart to those now. So, Axel, taken from your point of view, in the lofty heights, how does it? How optimistic are you now that post COP26 we could have made a difference? Is there an inflection point on carbon pricing?
Well, I think it is not only carbon prices, it's actually how we take COP26 forward. I think what you're seeing at this COP is that there is new momentum, and we need to capture on it, and we need to be credible. And credible means that we need to have decisive action on many different fronts, including carbon pricing. And I think what we are coming is that we cannot have any more the nice talks, the nice concepts. We have to work on it to make it a reality and create critical mass for financing. But when you say carbon pricing works, yes, it works, but it works very imperfectly. It only yields a little bit more than $50 billion in revenues, and it captures less than 4% of greenhouse emissions. So if you want to have it, where do we want to be in the next 5 years? Do we want to have that capturing 25%? And how do we build that market? So there will be many questions on regulatory, on transparency, coordination exercises, private sector participation, and that will need to be channeled in a real workable program. I think, in my mind, also with benchmarks that we are looking and checking if this is working. I think that the carbon price that we have right now is not meaningful. It needs to be much higher, and then ultimately need to increase. So there are huge challenges. I think.
But it's so disparate. We talk about the carbon price. There's
It is-
really is
there-
no
there-
such thing.
there-
There's like a gazillion carbon prices.
Exactly. But so there are those questions on how do you want to coordinate? How do you want to integrate that? Is that on a regional and a global level? I'm asking also myself, and I've been saying that in the bank, can we facilitate, particularly with multilateral financing, to facilitate that at a more global level? But these are the things where we need to actually work on and say, look, when we meet next year, can we actually start targeting the next 50 or next $100 billion of a carbon market that is being realized? And right now, that is what the work will need to be taken forward in the weeks and months ahead.
Rachel, we probably wouldn't be here without you because you are actually, more than anybody else, one of the founders of the CPLC back in Paris in
Yeah, we had the
2015.
G7 on the stage in Paris, yeah.
Yeah. So you obviously founded the CPLC with high hopes.
Yeah.
How much progress do you think there's been made on carbon pricing since 2015? And what do you think we need to do now? What should we be focusing on to be effective?
Well, like everything else at this COP, it's like a on the one hand, on the other hand answer, right? So on the one hand, not as much as I think we'd hoped that we would see. On the other hand, inexorable pressure that it has to come because, and because of Juan Carlos, right? He has an aspiration, and others like him, a green hydrogen market in Chile. You put effective carbon prices in more jurisdictions around the world, and that is transformative for Chile's economy. That helps with the politics of why you need a carbon price. So I think that this tipping point that we see in the energy economy, in the green energy economy, the tipping point we see in the financial sector is going to make it either harder to resist and easier to make the case for effective carbon pricing. The second thing is that, since Paris, we have not been able to resolve at the political level the discussions on carbon markets in Article 6. And again, we knew we couldn't do Article 6 in Paris, but did we think it would take us 6 years? No, so disappointment. On the other hand, I hope that this is something that people will get their arms around finally this time, and if not, we'll have to keep working on it. But then there is this inexorable pressure on the voluntary carbon markets. On the one hand, that's a good thing. You've got all of these net zero commitments. On the other hand, there's real fear and real skepticism that this will actually just be a tsunami of greenwashing. And so we've got some very important work to do, writing the guardrails for the voluntary carbon markets so that they're purposeful, which means that they facilitate 1.5 degrees warming. It means that they facilitate flows of finance into the hands of communities in countries where they need the resources, and that they are transparent, etc. So I am optimistic, but we have to be an awfully lot more disciplined than we have been in the last 6 years.
So bring it back to that panel that we had yesterday, where we had IMF and WTO, World Bank, all saying we need to work more closely.
Yeah.
What would be your, if they were back in the room, what would be your ask?
Well, so the German presidency of the G7, pull them all together, give them some homework to do, they're all very, very, very smart. I know this, right? So they're able to do it. But more importantly, bring the G7 countries together, and then bring others in, the G20 or whatever, and let's work out how on carbon markets, which involves everything from border adjustments under the WTO, but involves the taxonomies and sustainable finance in China, the EU, and the US. We're not asking for some kind of global black helicopter scheme that gets superimposed, but let's make sure that different parts of the global economy work together, and that it joins up. And I think that this is the work that I think we hoped would happen under a British presidency of the G7. It didn't, for lots of different reasons. I think we can give part of it over to COVID and just sort of the difficulty in the global economy, but it has to happen now. We have to build the architecture of a new green economy, and the IMF, the bank group, and the WTO need to be facilitators of that.
Joanne, how does it look from South Africa?
Okay, so from the very big macro right down to the micro,
So, in an energy
President.
intensive,
I think you can take
No,
that.
And-
call him back. He's the president, but I'm going
okay,
to call him back. He'll
you
understand.
say.
I'm very sorry.
When you said we're talking Chile, not Joe Biden.
No. Chile president.
So, in an
If it were Joe Biden, he would take it.
emissions-intensive and energy-intensive economy, carbon pricing, until very recently, has been seen as an enormous risk and something to be avoided. And I think that in the last year or two, we've done the work that has turned that around entirely, partly by getting business sectors to come together and to look at whether there are net zero 2050 pathways that are feasible for these economies. If they do exist, then what do they look like? What would business have to do in order to be able to move along that pathway? And then what do you need in order to enable them? And underpinning all of that work, I think, is an understanding of what carbon pricing is going to be in the future, the risks of not being able to work in relation to an understanding that the price of carbon is going to rise and that you are going to have border tariff adjustments and a whole lot of other international mechanisms. And what that does is to focus the mind of business broadly in order to be able to pursue a set of decarbonization
But do you
goals.
think there's the political will to actually drive it through and the political smarts to actually anticipate the problems that will arise?
The second I am not certain, but there's definitely the political will in South Africa. I mean, you saw the announcement that was made yesterday by our president, together with the EU, France, Germany, the UK, and the US, which will accelerate the decarbonization of the power sector in South Africa. Way ahead of what would initially have happened. So the political will sits there. Whether we as a country can implement and whether business can implement, what the kind of support is that we need to implement, I think is the big question. And that's where the international community comes in.
Yeah. Patricia, Canada's been a leader on this, and Prime Minister Trudeau yesterday was really setting the pace. What advice, if I could ask you, might you offer countries that are further behind on the carbon price journey?
Yeah, certainly. As the Prime Minister said yesterday, it is difficult to implement these policies. There are different points of view domestically around carbon pricing, but I think Canada has shown that even as a country which is an oil and gas producing economy, so with that challenge included, that you can get there. And how? You do that by recognizing the issues that are difficult and addressing them in the design of the system. So equity is obviously a critical issue, and how does it impact
what does that really mean for carbon pricing?
For
lots of people like
lower
equity, fair,
yeah,
just
sure.
transition. But what does it really
you're
mean?
you're making goods more expensive at the gas pump. So we had stickers on gas pumps in Canada by opponents to carbon pricing saying, we shouldn't be doing this. But what we're doing is returning the revenue directly to households.
What's the scheme called?
So it's revenue recycling essentially for the jurisdictions which are covered by our system. We collect the revenue from the carbon price and return it to households in equal amounts. So lower income households basically get more back than what they're spending in that additional cost that they would pay at the gas pump or elsewhere. So I think for governments that are looking at, is this a good thing to do? Well, it has been a very difficult issue, but as the Prime Minister said yesterday, there's been 2 elections now where that discussion has been on the table, and the policy has been sustained, and the government has been supported in pursuing this policy. So we have also had it go through all the way to our Supreme Court in terms of jurisdictional questions. But the consensus is emerging, certainly from the business community, that this is a very positive approach in terms of encouraging investment. But I think also from the perspective of the advantages that governments can find in those revenue recycling approaches, which I think are worth examining more broadly. So, I mean, in the discussion yesterday, we talked about the equity issue as a critical one, but I think the other one, the issue that really came out yesterday is as more countries move to carbon pricing, which is the goal, and the goal that the Prime Minister set out yesterday was let's triple the coverage of carbon pricing globally from its current 20% to 60%. But as you move to a greater coverage of carbon pricing, as governments recognize the advantage of doing so, you don't want to have a whole bunch of different approaches on carbon prices around the world. So by establishing a more standard approach, and that was the word that was used yesterday, a global standard approach, we can actually avoid things like border carbon adjustments, because if you are pricing carbon, then you don't, in a world where we're pricing carbon, you don't need border carbon adjustments.
Is this something that the World Bank can play a convening role in?
I think that's absolutely, but we have to do that together. We have to do it with particularly also the developing countries in mind.
Yes.
And particularly
somebody with clout has got to own the agenda.
Well, I think the agenda will need to be, I agree with Rachel, is that you will need to have the clout of the G7 behind you. I think we can, I think we have worked a long time on carbon prices, but what is partly missing, you need critical mass of G7 behind this. And I think also your aspect about the whole social impact. If we are not doing, you have seen also the sensitivities even in OECD countries. Macron got something to feel about this with the Yellow Vest movement. So I think one needs to be very careful about this and keep that in mind in the whole design and implementation.
Juan Carlos, when you get round to phoning the president back, what are you going to tell him about the outlook for carbon pricing?
Well, I think one thing that I think is important around is the political discussion. I mean, how do we pull this off? Because sometimes I get the sense that we're convincing ourselves, but we're all convinced. I mean, how do we make the case to the broader population? So I thought the Canadian example yesterday was very useful. One of the resistance I get, for example, is that people say, environmentalist groups, for example, why should we be giving them the right to pollute if they pay? Right? So they want to pass kind of no more coal by whatever date that is impossible to comply with, right? Which is more broad. I mean, carbon pricing can be sophisticated if it's big enough and we have a trajectory. But I struggle with how do we explain this to a broader population to be able to get the support you need to pass the legislation that is required. I'm struggling with that. I don't have the exact answer, right? But I think it's...
Rachel, what's the answer?
Well, I mean, we wouldn't. I mean, if we had effective carbon pricing, much of all of the side meetings going on here wouldn't actually be necessary, because it's a workaround for the fact that we're not taking carbon emissions out of the economy fast enough, and it's because we're still not coherent and consistent, right? We're still subsidizing fossil fuels at $11 million a minute, according to the IMF, you know. Wow. And here we are really working very hard on carbon pricing with all of the political economy constraints that has, and we're still doing stupid things, and we're still doing stupid things not very effectively. So I think what's different about now is that we're at tipping points, right? We're at tipping points within hard-to-abate sectors. We're at tipping points in electricity generation. We're at tipping points in our understanding of how little time we have. The IEO WEO report was a game changer. We've been for years trying to get the IEO to say, you know, to use that framework and then to say what they said. So when this is the first COP where you've got absolutely no plausible deniability about what needs to be done, so then I think in this G7 convened, you know, global conversation, Axel's right. You have to be really careful that this is not perceived or set up as another barrier to entry for developing countries to a green path to growth. Yeah. They are terrified that we're going to set up some kind of additional club with additional members. Right, the cost of capital is far too expensive for most developing countries. The access to the technical know-how is, I mean, you know, helping South Africa put all of the regulations in place. So it's there, but, you know, we're going to need...
differentiation.
Yeah.
But can I just question, are we there? Is it more that we are feeling that we're there because in many of the OECD countries, people feel that they are there. But if you are looking in Asia, the whole coal exit is gigantic.
Right.
You would need to close every single day a coal-fired plant, yet there are plans to build 300 more. So the part of that realization, I think there is still not the perception. And this is also the big risk here at the COP, that it is very much OECD dominated. So it gives the impression we are all on the move, but is the perspective of Asia or of other countries sufficiently taken into account so that these actions are going to be also taken by those countries?
In a way, I think that the equity discussion that took place in Canada among people within the same nature, I mean, that discussion needs to take place among different countries, which is the same, in essence, it's the same discussion, right? So how do we support the poor to navigate that transition? So
but
that's hard.
I mean, so a few years ago, we were talking about, powering past coal, right? Now we're talking about powering past coal beyond oil and gas, but we're mobilizing finance to actually buy coal plants, to decommission them, with green money coming in to help a country replace it. There are different financial schemes. ADB's got one. Citibank and Trafigura have got a big announcement coming out today. So there's some very important, I think, financial innovation going on around decommissioning the bad quickly. It only works if there's a lot of money for the green quickly as well. And that means that it's the partnership with the South Africas, it's the partnership with country by country. We're at that point, and obviously the bank and everybody have got an important role to play in that. But that money is new money, it's public and private and philanthropic. And I have to believe that people are energized by how little time we have. So I mean...
But shouldn't then also the Europeans and the others demonstrate how you accelerate the coal exit in the OECD?
Mm-hmm.
And there, there's still, let's also not forget, maybe people are pointing to the US, but basically Europe still has more coal consumption than Africa, Latin America, and the Middle East together. So there's also work to do.
I'm a former energy minister. I didn't know that. Say that again.
That the coal consumption of Europe is still bigger than the total coal consumption in Latin America, Africa, and the Middle East.
But not Asia.
Very
yeah, not Asia.
No, Asia is way off.
Yeah.
Way off.
Yeah, so,
Asia is mainly the one who takes most. But I think sometimes we, in this whole debate, we love to show the finger to somebody else and what they should do. So we'll have South Africa, we'll have but maybe we need to have also accelerated action at home, particularly in those critical areas. And it would be good for the COP to say, what can the OECD do in addition to show the urgency to act now, so that adds more credibility to the whole process.
Do you think that really matters much, Joanne? Do you think that people care that much about Europe anymore, or?
Yeah, I think people do care. I mean,
by example,
excluding Britain.
The EU is one of our biggest trading.
I mean, Europe
trading
geographically.
partners.
I'm not making a political statement.
Europe is our biggest trading partner. So
Yeah.
what Europe's policies around carbon matter on the one hand, but I think the question is also about the capacities that exist in Europe to support us, to be able to decarbonize. And why it doesn't happen at home, I don't know. It should. But I think that the issues around technology, support, the just transition side of it in a country like ours is huge. So if we are, and I mean, maybe it's similar to the question you asked about equity in Chile, is that if we're going to achieve the kind of coal phase out that we're planning for, we're going to have to put in place a whole set of social protection measures for the people in the communities that currently depend on coal.
And do you think a carbon price, if you have the carbon price and you redistribute the revenue in the way that Canada has done, that surely would help meet, except does it not work when you have so many people at the bottom? It's great if you've got a wealthy country with a poor lower decile, but if
the shape of the pyramid matters. Right?
Yeah.
The shape of the pyramid matters. So yes, but I think you need additional support. I'm not certain that carbon pricing or the recycling of revenues itself is going to be able to solve the problem. So I mean, and that's where all of the other kinds of philanthropic funding, grant funding, kind of technology transfer, reskilling. There's a whole set of measures that one's going to have to put in place.
Yeah, I mean,
in a major way.
Yeah, you need tax credits for access to make a renewable choice over a non-renewable choice for low-income households. You need tax credits for social housing, for super efficiency. I mean, you need all of this, and all of these policy measures alongside or around a carbon price can actually make things go very quickly. Or not so quickly. So
in our context, the big difference came when working with companies. They began to realize that the price of carbon was going to be much higher than their own internal scenario planning had intended, and that was when the switch came in our situation.
Juan Carlos, do you want to have a final sum up?
Yeah, I want to say something very simple. I'm afraid we are discussing all the details and leaving the audience with kind of a negative feeling. And I don't want to do that. I think this is complicated. There's a lot of details we need to sort out. But this, if we can expand carbon pricing, it can be very, very effective. I mean, the percentage of emissions that were covered by some type of scheme in 2020 was 15%. Now it's 20% in a year, so from 15 to 20. So we're making progress. Some of them are too low. We need to increase them. But this is, I think, the best way to level the playing field for clean energy. Is the most efficient way to deploy capital where it's needed, to foster innovation, to generate revenue to help the poor. So it's a very powerful tool. It's not yet fully used, which is good news, right? Otherwise, we wouldn't be able to use it. So I think we need to keep working, keep explaining this in simple terms to a broader population. And I think the examples like Canada and others will help us deploy it successfully all over the world.
I think that's a great note to end on. So Joanne, Patricia, Axel, Juan Carlos, and the mother of the CPLC.
No.
Rachel, thank you very much, and thank all of you for joining us in this conversation.
Thank you.
Well done.
How long are you here?
Huh?
How long are you here?
I have to fly on Friday.
I've got John Kerry now.
Great job.
Are you sometimes?
Sometime.
Shall I start? Люб, можно попросить? Я 2 сессии бегала наверх, я им сказала, что мы начинаем.
Я не знаю, мы начинаем или нет.
We have to start somehow.
Okay. Yeah, absolutely.
Perfect.
Good afternoon.
We can start.
Okay. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Yulia Chikunaeva, and I'm Director for Capital Markets and Strategic Initiatives at the EN Plus Group. And I'll be the moderator for today's session as part of the EN Plus Route to Net Zero Day taking place today at the Russian Pavilion at COP26. Our panel session today would be dedicated to one of the 7 hard-to-abate sectors, aluminium sector. You know that aluminium sector accounts for over 1 billion tons of CO2 emissions. That is more than 2% of the global anthropogenic emissions per annum. Our focus today would be on upstream of the primary aluminium production cycle, and we will cover the entire value chain: bauxite mining, alumina refining, aluminium smelting. According to the Aluminium for Climate initiatives by World Economic Forum, 2/3 of the aluminium industry decarbonization comes from transition to carbon-free energy, or where low carbon power sources would be playing the critical role. And another 25% from moving to the best available smelter technologies, which altogether would require a lot of capital. I'm very keen to hear the points of view of our panelists today on how this challenge is solvable and actually how it presents the opportunities for the sector and for the global economy altogether. So let me introduce panelists who have kindly joined us today. And we have a truly international panel, and we're using the advances of modern technology to stay connected and to bring the best expertise from around the globe. So let me start with introducing our panelists. So first of all, we have René van Heusden, a project lead who is accountable for aluminium and steel materials at the World Economic Forum initiatives such as Mission Possible and Aluminium for Climate. She joins us online from Switzerland today. Pernell Nunes, who is here by my side, Deputy Secretary General, who is looking after sustainability at the International Aluminium Institute. And it's great to have you here, Pernell. Chris Bayliss, Director for Standards at the Aluminium Stewardship Initiative, who is joining us online from London. Hi. We also have Ramon Aratia, Vice President at the Ball Corporation, who has joined us from the United States. Hi, Ramon. And my colleague Irina Bakhtina from Rusal, Chief Sustainability Officer. As well as I would like to introduce Sergei Chesnoy, who is our colleague working in the international affairs of the group, also representing today the Russian National Committee of the International Chamber of Commerce and our Partnership for Climate initiative. And with these brief introductions, I would like to pass over to Sergei for the opening remarks.
Thank you very much, Julia. It's indeed a great privilege and pleasure to be with you this afternoon and discussing an issue which is for me, indeed for ICC Russia, ICC Commission for Climate Economics and Sustainable Development, for the Russian Climate Partnership of utmost importance. Climate change is a global problem. It's very well known. It's a problem of humankind survival. And now we're in a battle for climate, where munition are international cooperation, munition are working climate agreements with binding provisions where necessary. The initiative to create the partnership, by the way, came 6 years ago, November 2015, from Rusal. Just those who don't know, but I'm sure that everybody know that Rusal is a metals segment of N+ Group that earlier this year announced its ambition to become net zero and set a course for the development of the entire industry. Rusal showed us that aluminium is primed to play a major role in the eco-transition thanks to a series of its key properties, and what is more important, demonstrated how to make this metal perfectly green. The recipe is simple, and the message is very clear. Use new technologies and renewable energy, employ modernization programs at your smelters, reduce amount of waste and boost its recycling if possible, and moreover, collaborate. Collaboration, joint efforts are crucially important. That's why partnerships all around the planet, business organizations, business initiative, industry initiatives are the right way to go forward to save our planet and to save ourselves, our children. All this is well known, but too much work to be done yet. And I would like now to finish my very short address, saving more time for, I hope, very fruitful, useful discussions of our esteemed panelists. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Thank you, Sergey. And as you said, we have a pretty full-on agenda. So without any further ado, I would like to kick off our panel discussion with a keynote address from Renee, who is finalizing a very important project directly linked to what we want to discuss today. The project I'm talking about is a special survey designed to unlock a technological scale-up that Renee has led successfully as a collective effort from the aluminium industry under the auspices of the Aluminium for Climate initiative. The final report on the survey findings is going through, finalization touches. But Renee, could you probably shed some light for all of us? What are the best promising technologies to help decarbonize the sector? And have you got the industrial buy-in and consensus behind it?
Thank you, Yulia. And just to confirm that you can hear me all right.
Yeah, we can hear you perfectly.
Wonderful. Thank you. Thank you so much for Yulia, for yourself, and for EN+ Rusal Group for your kind invitation to join you today, albeit virtually and unfortunately not in Glasgow. I'm very grateful for the opportunity to join you and share a bit about our work as you just kindly introduced. But first, some context, because this work does not happen in isolation. And it's really clear why global leaders are gathering these weeks in Glasgow, both in person as yourselves, but also virtually from afar. The latest IPCC report leaves absolutely no doubt that to continue the current trajectory, we, as governments, businesses, private citizens, we will not be able to mitigate the harmful effects of rising global temperatures. Whereas the COP meeting in Paris of some years ago was about raising ambition, this COP should all be about action and implementation. Whereas the COP meeting in Paris was really focused on the role of governments, this COP is really putting businesses at the heart of the action that is required. And in support of this critical need to proactively really engage businesses, the Mission Possible partnership that I represent today was launched in January 2020 to bring together the most influential global leaders in the industrial decarbonization, climate finance, and policy making to really trigger and support transformational change in the world's most carbon-intensive industries. And the aluminium sector is one of the 7 heavy industries and heavy-duty transport sectors with whom we work very closely. And our Aluminium for Climate initiative, you briefly mentioned, is really set up to support the aluminium sector, to get it on a path to net zero emissions by 2050 through collaborating with key ambitious stakeholders across major regions in the globe, because it's a truly global commodity. And I'm really happy to see people that we work very close with also join today in this panel. So we're not alone, so to say. And a particular shout out to my colleague from the International Aluminium Institute, Pernell Nunes, who's with you in the room, because the IAI, of course, recently launched their work on 1.5-degree scenarios for the aluminium sector. And its modeling really showed that this approach could result in total sector greenhouse gas emissions reduction of 95% between 2018 and 2050. And this is, of course, no mean feat, because this would really mean a reduction in carbon intensity of primary aluminium from just over 16 tons of CO2 per ton today to below 1 ton by mid-century. And realizing that global demand for this metal is going to continue to rise due to its strong recyclability and its lightweight, this decarbonization effort that we're discussing today is really crucial. However, there is absolutely not a singular pathway for this sector to reach this very ambitious goal. And although you already mentioned it, the greatest opportunity really sits with electricity decarbonization, which has a potential of around 60% of overall sectoral emissions. This still leaves a really significant gap, independent whether you are a hydropower-based producer or a coal-based producer, that really needs addressing. And these include direct emissions that are generated from primary production process that account for around 30% of the sectoral emissions. And I don't want to simplify it, but there are fundamentally two major sources of direct emissions in the aluminium sector. On the one hand, the consumption of carbon anodes during the smelting process, and on the other hand, the generation of thermal energy for high temperature processes. And our work in the Aluminium for Climate initiative looks, among others, at how this sector can really unlock the technological scale up in tackling these direct emissions. And over the last months, we've conducted numerous interviews, also with the people on this panel, and hosted several workshops with the industry to together really better understand this technological landscape that is available to the sector. And our report, which is unfortunately not ready, but it's scheduled to be launched really soon, just after COP, is focusing on a few technological solutions. And these include the following. On the one hand, the application of inert anodes, which is, for those familiar with the aluminium sector, nothing new. But also it looks at carbon capture, utilization and storage, also known as CCUS, hydrogen, particularly green hydrogen, and mechanical vapor recompression. And these are technologies that, though they are really at different levels of maturity, they do have the potential to bring meaningful impact on the level of the CO2 emissions in the aluminium sector. However, and I cannot emphasize this enough, there is not a ready solution. There is no one size fits all for the sector. And all these technological solutions that are available do come with their own challenges to achieve scale, because just the sheer existence of them is not enough. And unsurprisingly, cost and the lack of infrastructure at scale are really key hurdles that are impacting the ability to scale these technologies up at speed. But also there are some aluminium-specific challenges that exist. For example, just to mention one, is the low levels of concentration of CO2 that impact the commercial viability of the application of CCUS, for example. But there's also very good news, to be honest, that we are touching upon in our report. First of all, there are multiple levers to decarbonize the aluminium sector, and we touch upon one of them. And there's a suite of solutions that the sector really needs to look at. For example, I have not touched upon recycling and sorting, and I'm super happy to see our colleague from Ball Corp join us today, who will be the best person positioned to speak about that. And furthermore, with the exception maybe of inert anodes, the technologies that we discuss in our report that have, in our view, the largest opportunity for impact, they are actually not unique to the aluminium sector. Their applications might be untested in the aluminium sector, but are in some cases very well established in other sectors. Hence, there's a lot of expertise on these key technologies that already exist. And by engaging the right actors for these technologies, the aluminium sector can truly, as an industry, take control of its own destiny. But of course, decarbonization will take a coordinated effort. No company can do this alone. And this needs to be coordinated across governments, multilateral organizations, industry players, companies, and really the scientific community. And we already see very exciting projects being developed in this sector within the companies themselves. But a new frontier that really needs to be tackled is to embrace cross-industry collaboration, to really ensure that the aluminium sector can offer an attractive proposition to the technological solution providers that already exist. That it can also pool its funding to really maximize investment opportunities and share best practices around acceleration of the deployment of these technologies. And just a final comment why I am here today is that we as the Mission Possible Partnership and as Aluminium for Climate, we are really here to help, and we look very much forward to collaborate with you and to really see how all these different solutions can support unlocking an aluminium sector that is truly sustainable this decade towards this ambitious goal that we have for 2050 that we have set for ourselves all. And with that note, thank you so much for having me join you from quite far away, and looking forward to today's conversation.
Thank you very much, Renee. This is a brilliant summary and overall, context for our conversation today. And you touched upon very many elements of the decarbonization and possible technological feasibility of those. I would like to take one of the elements that you mentioned at the beginning of your keynote, and specifically the recent modeling that International Aluminium Institute has performed about the scenarios of the decarbonization for the industry based on the 2050 pathway prepared by the International Energy Agency. And the conclusion was that net zero cannot be achieved, as we all know, and I think everybody has been very vocal over the last couple of days at the conference, that we can't keep doing business as usual, and the currently adopted policies by the government states are not addressing the 1.5 degree scenarios. So we are all lagging a little bit behind. Net zero for aluminium production actually requires a very, very radical technological shift and a radical drop of emissions according to those scenarios, something in the range of 20 times versus 2018 estimate, if I'm correct, quoting the different analysis that you have performed. This obviously would require a very, very substantial level of investments and modernization effort. And Pernell, I think this is a pretty dramatic, if I can use that word, this is pretty dramatic evaluation of the situation, but I think world cannot not go this way, and aluminium industry should be following and leading actually that. Do you see any light in the end of the tunnel, given the dramatism of the picture that the scenarios are painting?
So I think, it's a challenge that faces a lot of industries. It's not something that is exclusive to us, as Renee kind of alluded to there. It is a big challenge. In 2018, we emitted about 1.1 billion tons of CO2 equivalent. So that is a significant chunk, about 2% of total anthropogenic emissions. And our modelling suggests that in order to be Paris-aligned, we have two routes. So there's a beyond 2 degrees scenario route aligned with the International Energy Agency's work, and a 1.5 degree aligned route that's broadly aligned again with the IEA's work. And under both of those, that 1.1 billion tons is reduced to just 250 million tons for a below 2 degrees and 53 million tons under that 1.5 degrees. So it is significant. The challenge shouldn't be underestimated, but I do think there is light. We are a metal for the future to start with. There are numerous applications where aluminium can actually contribute to that transition. Can be used in electric vehicles, it can be used in increasing electrification, all of these vital things that are going to be, needed for the broader society and for other industries. So I do think that's a bright spot for us. Equally, I think that now we have this sort of robust data-driven approach with some of the pathways work. We really understand what it means to be beyond 2-degree aligned or 1.5-degree aligned. We have actual data to tell us what sector emissions need to look like over the next 20, 30 years in order to stay aligned with those global climate goals. So I think that's a real step in the right direction. We'll continue to be data-driven and encourage the industry to be transparent about its emissions. And I think the final bright spot for me is actually the momentum that has built over the past few years. Certainly in the run-up to this COP meeting, we've had numerous announcements from pretty much all the regions around the world about aluminium producers investing in innovative solutions to address the impacts of their operations. And so I think that's a real bright spot for the industry to actually see action happening and to see action happening across a whole suite of different solutions. Renee said there isn't one thing that's going to solve this hugely complex challenge. And we're seeing companies tackle this with multiple different technologies. So I think that's really promising for us, and we'll need to see more.
Absolutely, and I think this is a perfect segue for our next part of the conversation, actually, to hear from the value chain of the aluminium industry. And here I would invite Irina and Ramon to the conversation. I think maybe we start with the aluminium chain itself, with Irina and the Rusal approach to decarbonization from the bauxites, alumina refining to aluminium smelter, and then getting towards the far consumer facing packaging, Ball Corporation, and there Ramon can shed some light how you are pursuing materials. So just to maybe shape a little bit this part of the session, having listened to the Aluminium for Climate and Mission Possible and International Aluminium Institute, do you think that both the suppliers, such as Rusal, and then the manufacturers and consumer goods companies are doing enough for the decarbonization, and we are on a pathway indeed to net zero by 2050? Or maybe we can achieve it even earlier?
Thank you, Julia, for your bridging to the topic. And I'm so happy we have this conversation today. If the technical crew actually helps me with the slides, because some of my numbers would probably help illustrate what was already told. And in many ways, my part will be complementary to what Renee and Pernell were talking about, actually. So it's so good that in the morning we've heard to the session on hydropower and its role in energy transition. Hydropower is really kind of part of sustainability or sustainable solutions, where Vyacheslav Solomin, the Chief Operating Officer of N+ Group, was actually making his contributions. The speeches in the morning were quite reassuring, helping us to just once again appreciate that hydro energy powered aluminium smelters emit 7 times less CO2 equivalent than coal powered ones do. And I'm mentioning it just because Rusal is blessed to be part of this kind of value chain with hydropower facilities within the N+ Group. And it actually helps a lot to have much lower carbon footprint for our product, for Allow brand, for example, which is well below, in terms of its emission, below the 4 tons of CO2 equivalent emissions, which we as the industry kind of, agreed on as a benchmark, let's say. So only 26% of the world production of aluminium can actually say, I mean, they are produced with the use of renewable energy sources. And that's why biggest aluminium companies, corporations in the world today really go the net zero pathway and try to define their goals and objectives. Also, some of them science-based, like for 2030, intermediate set of goals, and Rusal is definitely not an exception. Rusal, as part of N+ group, is actually setting yet another, it's already third round of climate targets or goals, which we are setting before in front of ourselves and then approaching them, reaching or overreaching them, fulfilling them, and then just setting another round of really ambitious goals actually on this way. And then just to remind ourselves on how the carbon footprint for regular aluminium looks like. If you talk about regular energy sources, let's say traditional energy sources, 2/3 of it falls onto the scope 2, where actually is the heavy energy intense process of aluminium or metal smelting required. Everything else is more or less workable, let's say, yeah? It looks a bit tinier. But then, I mean, I already mentioned, so for us, with our climate goal sets, already set as early as 2007, and then in 2015, actually, until 2025, we've managed to reach some really good progress on, I mean, scope 2 is obvious, but also on the scope 1. And this allowed Rusal actually launch a Lao brand in 2017 with lowest carbon footprint on scopes 1 and 2. If you look now at the kind of green aluminium carbon footprint, so this is, you know, how the picture looks differently. Here we see that scope 2 is just 2% of the contribution, but then the biggest portion falls onto the bauxite mining, alumina refining, and primary aluminium smelting. And I heard that our colleague from the downstream of the value chain, Ramon, will talk about recycling as one of the solutions to really lower the carbon footprint of the metal. But being in the primary aluminium business in many ways, we definitely have to look at the heavy capital intense technological solutions to lower the carbon footprint of the primary aluminium smelting. And here I just wanted, probably skipping this one, because this is pretty much what René was talking about on this technological solutions applicable to different stages or different parts of the carbon footprint picture. I would probably just say a few words on the technology itself. Inert anode, which René mentioned, is the kind of really breakthrough technology which still needs to be worked at, is capital intensive. Yes, on one side, it's pretty, I mean, it helps pretty much decarbonize the whole electrolysis kind of stage of production process. But at the same time, we see that the approaches are slightly different. If you see on the western part of the world, you know, biggest aluminium corporations uniting their efforts and having really help and investment from the government, like Canadian government or Quebec province government, really co-investing into the startup, working on this solution, and still struggling the same way as we do, but we do a little bit, we are progressing much better. We do it on our own yet, and that's why in all sorts of forums like this, I am always making a point that the government needs to help producers with these progressive technologies. They need to help with investment. They need to really boost fundamental science and research and development so that we can, you know, step up a little bit faster. That's probably it on my side, and I think Ramon can help us, you know, with other aspects which I didn't cover on the upstream part of the value chain. Thank you.
Yeah, so from us as the biggest can manufacturer, we still can do more to lightweight cans, and still these cans for example, have less weight at the bottom. So we continue to innovate and lightweight cans that can give you a little bit more. Where we see a lot of opportunity is in recycling. We see in Germany 99% recycling rate. So deposit return schemes combined with serialization, which is technology to put an individual code in every single packaging. That would allow recycling rates of plus 95% of cans in Europe, by 2030, and in the industrialized world. If you look that then aluminium has very little remelting losses compared to other materials, that aluminium has a compaction rate, for example, for aluminium cans, 12:1, that the level of downcycling compare other materials is much lower. I think we can do, we can have other levers on top of the levers that the primary industry is talking about. So we are really confident that we can, at a product level, we can bring those 2050, 2040 commitments a bit, a bit closer to us, and try to get through recycling some short-term opportunities. And then we're not even talking about how we can decarbonize remelt. Once you decarbonize remelt, basically it's such an efficient system which basically gets very close to zero. And these are some of the levers we are really betting on. So technologies such as individual coding, deposit return schemes, and that mix of policy and technology together, I think can be very powerful.
Thank you, Ramon. I think, this is a very progressive point of view, but I think we also know from the IEA estimates and the latest industry dynamics that the whole complex of applications of aluminium would imply that there is space not only for primary but for secondary, as you rightly said, and I think both have to be decarbonized, as you rightly mentioned. And this myriad of applications of aluminium, as previous speakers were highlighting, making it really unique. And I loved your statistics about the Germany example with 99% recyclability rates. And to top it up, I think one statistic that always excites me personally is that 75% of all produced aluminium globally to date are still in circulation. Yeah. And I think in the best examples in European Union, probably Germany, and some examples in the US, the moment you have taken the soft drink can from the shelf, and if you used actually the recycling trash bin, then it's gonna reappear on the shelf in 2 weeks' time, in the best example. So I think we can all do more together, not only as an industry, but actually as individuals, if we participate in this recyclability and sustainable consumption trends. Because apart from all of the efforts from governments, from corporates, from financial sector, I think each and every one of us has a responsibility. So I think like connecting all of that together, I think only in this way we can actually move to the actually clean growth trajectory and sustainable future. And I know those are seemingly high words, but I think that's the only way we can actually, survive. As I think Cristiano Figueiredo said yesterday in one of the lectures that we attended. I think one of the key elements of progressing or achieving the targets is accountability and transparency. And I would like to change a little bit the thematic and get the floor to Chris from the Aluminium Stewardship Initiative, that is very well known for its rigorous set of standards and specifically the chain of custody standard that designed to trace and verify the material moving down the value chain. So Chris, as the industry is entering a super intense stage of the fight against climate change, what help and guidance they may count for while leaning to the ASI Expert League?
Thanks very much, Julia. Thanks for the invitation as well, and thanks to the other speakers too. I'm going to first of all congratulate IAI on the release of the 1.5 degree scenario, and I'll kind of talk about that today because we're using it a lot in our updated standards. You mentioned the two standards we currently have. We're a standard setting and certification organization for the full value chain, the full aluminium value chain, so everyone working together. And our approach is one of driving change, as you say, through accountability and kind of verification. This kind of assurance that there is good performance at every stage along the value chain by meeting our set of standards, which are broader than just GHG, and I'll talk a bit about that in a moment. Look, it's clear that, you know, today, and I think it's in Pernell's slides as well, no one in the aluminium sector is performing at the level that everyone will need to perform at by 2050. So this is a challenge for the whole sector to decarbonize over the next 30 years, not just for a subset of the sector. And the role of our standards, I feel, is to drive that change, right? Is to drive that improvement in performance over time. It's not about rewarding performance today. It is about driving everyone along a 1.5 degree aligned pathway. And we at ASI have said openly that we are 1.5 aligned, and so actually in our new standard that will come out next year, you will see that 1.5 alignment. Indeed, the only 1.5 degree pathway for the aluminium sector today is the IAI released pathway from last week, and that's the one we will be building into our standard as well. It's a multi-stakeholder developed standard, so there's opportunity for everyone to get involved. We have a public consultation in January, so please do. The GHG criteria in particular focus on that pathway approach. So it says that underneath that 1.1 billion tons down to 50 million tons for the sector as a whole, you as corporations, as certifying entities, as assets, need to define your own pathway, as was mentioned earlier by Rene. It's not one size fits all. But everyone needs to be aligned with that slope. You need to be setting intermediate targets, and you need to be publicly disclosing your performance against those targets as well. It's about transparency, but it's not just about transparency. It's about putting that data out there in a form that is comparable and recognizable. So let's come back to data. It is about data. Irina, you mentioned earlier on, there's 26% of the industry that's currently at about 4.0 tons per ton, 25% in terms of production, but in terms of emissions, that's only about 10%. That's 100 million tons of a 1.1 billion ton total. So having targets for low emitters is great. Everyone needs to be following a pathway. But if we're just reducing down that 100 million tons to 50, that's not the challenge. The challenge is the 1.1 billion tons down to 50. And so I see that's where our role as a standard setting organization comes in. And you mentioned earlier, Julia, this chain of custody standard. On the one hand, there's a market pull. Segments like the packaging sector, like the automotive sector and others will demand low carbon aluminium, and standards like ours will be those against which companies are measured in order to say, yes, I am meeting those threshold values. But interestingly, as well as a market pull, we certainly are feeling at the moment increasing pressure and pull from capital markets, right? Lenders, investors are coming to us and saying, as the industry decarbonizes and as we need to invest $2-3 trillion to the aluminium sector to enable that to happen, how do we first of all assess GHG performance? There are other tools, science-based targets, etc. But also, how do those impacts realize in other ESG fora as well? You know, changing to hydropower brings with it other risks. biodiversity risks, human rights risks, water stewardship risks, and they come with all of these investments too. So our standards are not just about greenhouse gases, they are about assurance of performance against a range of ESG issues, which you have to perform against all in order to be certified. And so increasingly, that's what we hear from lenders and others, is they want broader sustainability standards and metrics that they can lend against. So I think that's some of the things that we can offer is assurance to the market that what they're buying is responsibly sourced and produced, but also to the capital markets that who they're lending to are also being realized, not just in terms of emissions reduction, but also risk reduction in other sustainability areas as well.
Well, thank you, Chris. I think, as I mentioned before, apart from being willing, apart from having available technology, we have to be transparent and accountable. And I think one of the aspirations of this COP is that every country is now reporting not in 5 years or reviews it's in 5 years, but actually performs its annual review where they are along the pathway to net zero. And I think the corporate sector actually maybe is a little bit ahead of the public sector and the policy making in this respect. And I think I'm now ready to maybe just jump around a little bit among the esteemed panelists with a few questions. And I would like to start with the first one. What is the role of government or the regulator that you guys see where applicable in your areas of expertise and operations? And is there anything else that the regulators can do or should be doing to stimulate and fast forward the progress that will be going far beyond than the business as usual? And maybe I'll start with Renee, if I may.
Yes, sorry, I had to unmute myself. Thank you. Well, it's as to the point of transparency and accountability, this is all about also predictability. What we see across all the heavy industries, we are looking at significant investments over risk profiles that are relatively long-term, or I should actually say just long-term. So the role of governments is across different regions, because also the aluminium sector is a truly global aluminium sector, is predictability. It's about what is the potential impact of a potential carbon price. This topic, I think, during this COP has really risen on the agenda compared to previous COPs, and it is a right conversation to have. So it is about understanding what the investment environment could look like from a regulatory perspective is one component. The other component, and this is where the technology angle is relevant, is that what we actually call there is a space of technology where you move from RD&D to testing in pilot context and then deployment. This is quite a risky phase. So how can the public sector really support some of these breakthrough technologies to be tested at scale? This cannot solely sit with individual companies. Again, a policy framework that would allow large-scale testing of relevant technologies is really important. So I would keep it at those two, but that would be, from my perspective, where I sit, the key levers. But I would very lovely hear from the industry itself where they see it.
Yeah, I would, with that segue, I will jump towards Ramon. Ramon, do you think that the regulator can do anything else from the standpoint of the consumer goods so that it's gonna impact the notion of sustainable supplier and move not only aluminium, but everyone in the materials onto the faster track to decarbonization?
Yep, I think investment in infrastructure across the world and across all regions, and every region and country with a different pathway is going to be critical. And we are seeing already a lot of moves in some of the regions. I think infrastructure on recycling is already coming, and we're going to see in Europe 90% plus recycling of aluminum cans by 2030. We're gonna, the US is already waking up on recycling, and we're gonna see, I really think by 2030, we're gonna have 90% recycling rate in the US, even if it seemed crazy a few years ago. the discussion is going to be exponential. There is going to be so much investment in remelt capacity in both sides of the ocean, and I think the technologies such as inert anode and others are going to be embraced by the downstream. And we work with Rusal with our aerosol business to launch the first inert anode aerosol products, and I think other companies are doing the same. And I think there would be willingness to in the sector to accelerate. Now we need to do that in a way that we move the whole sector. We move all the regions at the same time. And I think that is why, for example, what Chris was mentioning around setting the right standards. Hey, we moved out from coal first. Okay, then we move to gas, and setting those standards right to make those step by step are going to be critical, so that we move the full emissions budget at the right pace in the short term.
Oh, thank you, Ramon. And then maybe Chris, from the standard setting perspective, do you see scope for further regulatory involvement, or do you think that it is more efficient when the self-organized industrial associations can run it much more impactful?
There's a middle ground, right? I'm talking from a certification scheme. Look, we wouldn't exist if regulation moved fast enough and efficiently enough. Right? The whole reason that you're getting this glut of certification schemes coming from different sectors and cross-sectorally is because that doesn't exist at the regulatory level, right?
Right.
Because we're globalized industries, and you have to do between these different regions. So I think there's a role for both. What we do see is certainly as that decarbonisation of the power sector in particular, there's going to be a shift in the primary aluminium sector away from self-generated energy. I think around 2/3 of power to smelters today are self-generated energy, towards more grid connection. So increased grid connection and a renewable source for that power necessarily means governmental investment and governmental involvement in the grid itself, but also energy storage, battery storage solutions, these kind of big solutions. Then again, there is wholesale systems change. I'm going beyond the primary production now. But if we're moving towards electric vehicle fleets, if we're moving towards a leased economy, if we're moving towards a service-based economy, these are whole-scale changes in how we avail ourselves of services, transportation, food availability, etc. And there you're going to need to see regulatory involvement or governments involved. What we're seeing now is that often these kind of globally developed standards are then also feeding back into regulatory systems, especially in the developing world as well. Now, the challenge there is not about setting good regulation, it's about implementation. Right, so it's about having the capacity to implement as the mining industry in West Africa grows. It's not just about the laws, which are pretty good, it's about how they are implemented. And so there, I think that there is a constant interplay between, especially, let's say, the bauxite mining industry and local governments as well, and regulators too. So yes, a role for the regulator. Yes, this kind of interplay with industry bodies, but not just the industry itself. Also with organizations like ours, which bring in a kind of an idea of third-party verification and more voices as well, right? Including marginalized voices and multi-stakeholder voices too, who do want the benefits of industrial development, but are also sensitive to other ESG issues as well. And so that's why we, in particular, in this next round of standards development, are focusing very much on issues around human rights, due diligence, biodiversity, and gender as well. So I don't think we can forget that these greenhouse gas impacts have broader ESG issues as well, and we need to be sensitive to those and how regulators approach those as well.
Thank you, Chris. And Irina, as a representative of one of the large manufacturers, largest low-carbon aluminium producer globally, have you had a lot of incoming from a regulator?
Look, I'll probably add something to the point made by Chris. One immediate thing which any regulator in any country can do to actually boost the ESG and sustainability-driven producers and products is definitely green procurement. And it was not said much about this stuff, but this is actually the system which helps positively discriminate those pioneering companies who already invest a lot, like, changing the engine whilst plane is flying, it's really difficult. We keep producing, we do not stop our production process, and we invest heavily into new technologies, new re-engineering the system, etc. And Europe, actually, European Union got it very early and very right. In 2013, Europe actually adopted the resource efficiency manifest, where they actually recognized that, 2/3 of their procurement should be green by a certain year. And if Russia today, for example, has just adopted this 2050 net zero or decarbonization kind of a low carbon strategy for the country, probably one of the first steps to make is to look at how the government or the regulator prioritize whilst procuring green products. I'm not talking about Rusal because we produce material which is then used in the consumer goods, fast moving or slow moving or, infrastructure materials, etc. But this is something where actually government should just send a very positive signal to others saying, look, these are the goods which we do prioritize because we go the decarbonization pathway. Otherwise, it's really difficult. Pioneers do have this double burden, as I already mentioned. So thank you.
Yeah. Being green, it's tough to be green, I think, as a famous cartoon character was alluding. I have a little bit of a twist of the question, of the same question for Pernell and for Sergey. And maybe we start with you, Pernell. From the experience of the of your organization and your personal experience, have you seen successful examples of partnerships between public sector and the private sector to move the innovation, to introduce the technologies, and if the regulators are driving those or if it's the private sector that are driving those?
Yeah, I think we've been, we've had a whole host of different examples recently of where you have that sort of technology and innovation that's come from the private sector and has been able to be scaled up through, partnerships with the public sector, and that has a big benefit in terms of kind of de-risking some of, we've mentioned it's a huge capital outlay for some of these technologies, yes. And so that by bringing together kind of the expertise of the private sector and some of the resources of the public sector, you are able to move things at scale. So there are loads of examples aligned with sort of all three of our pathways. So electricity decarbonisation, you kind of see how energy policy and government investment into kind of renewables targets and renewable energy, how that will play out into significant changes for the aluminium sector in terms of electricity-related emissions. You see governments, I think Irina showed a few examples earlier, governments partnering with private industry to scale up breakthrough technologies. Again, probably going to need to see more and more of that in order to bring all these different solutions to the industry. And then I guess for our sort of our third pathway, which is a recycling focused pathway, you're starting to see more and more incentives around circularity. So encouraging us to make the most of our material, making sure it's coming back to us at the end of life, and making that as easy as possible. So regulation at all different levels, local, national, regional level, to try and make sure that we're maximizing our material. So I think there are lots of examples, and it's great to see it at all different parts of the value chain, and we're going to need to see more and more of that, I think.
Thank you, Pernell. And Sergey, to you now, from your international affairs and international relations perspective, do you see a lot of cross-governmental collaboration on moving the global industries such as aluminium towards the decarbonization?
Thank you for your question. I should say that, yes, I think so. Take into account that aluminium is one of the hard-to-abate sectors. more ambitious international goals in climate change. They create very specific and very strong motivation for us to make our production cleaner. In my opening remarks, I mentioned the fact that what we need now, we need really working climate agreements with binding provisions where possible. This is the key for strong action of industries like aluminium for us to become greener, to achieve net zero in the coming 30 years. One more very specific remark. I think that we need to create special conditions for technological cooperation among industries with maybe possibilities of impact from public funding, because frankly speaking, we're speaking not about competitive advantages or only competitive advantages. We're speaking how to create new industry, which used to be not green and now is becoming green. Here, I think we should collect all knowledge, all money, all motivations to work together in partnership, in cooperation, and common goal, we need common actions. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Sergey. I think we touched upon multiple areas of the decarbonization of the aluminium industry. And as we're wrapping up the session, as we're running out of time, and I think we could go on and on and exchange ideas between ourselves, I would like to conclude this session with one line from each of you, starting with René. Sorry, René, to put you on spot for the for the first to be the first one. With one line, what is the key priority for your organization or for your stakeholders should be over the next 12 to 18 months? So if we have this conversation, that you can report to us back the progress. And this is the same question for everyone, so use your time to think about the answer, guys.
Thank you. No, I'm absolutely fine to be put on the spot. It's the one line which is the tricky part. No, so really, with this report that we're launching, we are literally only scratching the surface. So there is a massive pool of opportunity that we briefly touched upon that needs to be developed. So we have an understanding of the technologies that are out there to really matter on direct emissions. I'm not talking now about the electricity decarbonization now, I'm talking about direct emissions. And the key message, there are multiple, but the key message is really about this cross-industrial collaboration. So what, in my world, if we would gather around in 1 year's time, is that we develop and really start as a platform to build collaborations that are leveraging potential across industries. And we already see that happening in different, for example, industrial clusters that we call net zero industrial clusters, where heavy industries do come together and they share not only RD&D and technologies, but they share risks, they share infrastructure, and they share goals, because the net zero ambition that is stated, that we discuss here for aluminium, is cutting across all the heavy industries. So for us in the coming year, it's really to focus on how to translate this baseline understanding into actual pilot programs for collaboration with relevant industries to really support this very important sector.
Thank you, René. Now I'm going to turn to Pernell. What about IAA?
So I'm going to say Renee had more than a sentence. So I'm going to follow her lead. So, I think we can't underestimate the challenge that's ahead of us. But I think the promising thing for us is that the technology is there. As Renee says, it's about kind of now translating the technology pathways that are available to us into action. You know, it's started, we need to continue on that path. We need to have the right metrics in place to understand where we're heading and how we're getting there. And so that for us is going to be a real focus, really some granular understanding about what needs to happen next in terms of kind of policy, in terms of investment, and in terms of engaging everyone, because this is something that's going to require action from everyone. There is no one now that is at the place they need to be at in order to be aligned with those goals of the Paris Agreement. And so it's going to take a combined effort from industry, from government, from customers, from you and I, to making sure we're putting our cans in the recycling. So I think that's really the focus, is how do we now take forward all the information we have and put it into action.
Thank you, Pernell. I'll now kick the ball towards the industry and pass over to Irina and then to Ramon. Irina, what is your next 12 months objective?
Yulia, you know, my life would be so much easier if I just had one priority to focus on. Definitely, it's plenty of things which we do need to do, but one particular and practical priority project which we are entering at the moment, it's an intensive stage of environmental modernization of biggest Siberian aluminium smelters. 4 of them are going to be renovated and kind of upgraded in terms of the technology. It's pre-bake anodes which are going to be installed. 50% of capacity kind of going to be re-engineered without stopping the production. That's what I already mentioned, you know, like changing the engine whilst the plane is in the air. So that's a huge thing, and it's CapEx intensive as well, as you're well aware. And something which is worth focusing on, because this is much awaited by the local communities in Siberia. This is helpful in terms of the fluoride and benzopyrene dramatic kind of reduction and minimization, and that's something which definitely worth doing first place.
Thank you, Irina. Now to you, Ramon.
Well, first of all, I love to see those modernization projects. I was in Krasnoyarsk, a couple of years ago, and I look forward to see all this great success. And on the bold side, we're going to focus a lot on engaging policymakers on how to design deposit return schemes that achieve super high recycling rates. What are those technologies that would enable those super high recycling and efficient system? And also, we are going to develop a carbon pathway in a very detailed manner, taking all the great work that the other 4 organizations are doing, but adding that recycling knowledge and experience, which is what we can add to the table. And we try to, in 2022, we will be coming with that, sort of pathway and analysis of the maturity for technologies and for policies on that front. And I think that will be very synergic with all the work done on the primary side.
Thank you, Ramon. And now to you, Chris. What's going to be there for ASI as a top priority?
So it seems everyone's bending the rules. I'm going to have 2. So my first is going to be something that's definitely going to happen, and the second is going to be something that I hope will happen. So the thing that's definitely going to happen is in April of next year or early May, you'll see 2 new standards from us, a new performance standard, new chain of custody standard, which will incorporate a 1.5-degree pathway for the sector developed by IAI based on the IEA. So you will see a standard for the sector that will incorporate pathways for all players along the value chain that is 1.5 aligned. That's the thing that will happen. The thing that I hope will happen is that by the end of the next year, I hope that my membership within ASI, I hope their emissions increase. I hope they increase next year, because that tells me that we actually have an increasing number of members with emissions in a baseline year, that if they follow the pathway that will be mandated under our new performance standard next year, they will be following a slope that is 1.5 aligned. So I really hope our emissions increase next year, because it tells you that people are starting to set pathways, set targets, and in the future will be held accountable to those and hopefully achieve that 50 million tons by mid-century as outlined by the IAI.
Thank you, Chris. And Sergey, what about yourself? International relations?
I would agree with Chris somehow. It's like in sport, a success brings more people in football, hockey. So I'm absolutely confident that Glasgow 2021 will be a big success, and it will motivate people to be involved in this very noble fight to protect our climate, to protect our Earth, and to make our cooperation, international cooperation, better, more action-oriented, and with a lot of success in the coming 12 months, 12 years, and I don't know, 20 years.
Yeah, 30 years, Sergey.
Yeah, success in Glasgow, and it will provide us super motivation. Thank you.
Thank you so much. So concluding the sessions, here is to cross-collaboration, engaged policy making, upgrades of the capacities, new standard setting, and covering the entire value chain top-down from the upstream, bauxite mining, towards the consumer who is taking this aluminium can from the shelf, including recycling and primary. So thank you very much for attention today. It's been an absolute thrill. And thank you to all of the participants on the panel today. Thank you for joining us from around the world. And thank you, Pernell and Irina, for coming and joining us in person in Glasgow. Thank you very much. That concludes our session. Thank you.
Good evening, everybody. I'm very proud to welcome you today on a very special session on behalf of Climate Partnership of Russia. It was a fantastic another day at COP, full of very interesting discussion, and I think many interesting topics have been touched upon, discussed during the day, and I think it's very logical. That's another fantastic day at COP. We are finalizing with quite an interesting topic which concerns all of us, and it's not about climate, it's about nature, and about business, which is playing a vital role in preserving this nature. Today, in spite of the quite late hour for Moscow, where we have several hour speakers, we have quite a distinguished panel of speakers, of panelists. And I don't think I need a very long introduction, because the topic tells itself that it's really very important. And today, no one needs to tell that biodiversity is declining at an unprecedented rate. At COVID-19 pandemic should have been a wake-up call to the world, telling that we need to revise our approach to climate, and we need to revise our approach to nature and start executing serious steps to protect it. The good news that nowadays no one has any doubt that protection of biodiversity is not only to be in line with compliance. It's a very important part of the business. It's a very important part of the corporate culture. And today I'm delighted that this evening we're joined by fantastic speakers who are ready to share their insights, some interesting ideas and thoughts, what can be done together to start executing very practical steps to protect the nature. So, Andrei Cheshev is Deputy Executive Director of Vernadsky Foundation. Anton Butmanov, Chief Sustainability Officer of N+ Group. Greg McNabb is a partner of professional services company Baker McKenzie, another member of the Climate Partnership of Russia. Michael Afusuhene-Weiss, Head of Climate and Nature Business for Nature. And Tom Williams, Director for Water and Nature at World Business Council for Sustainable Development. Well, so Mike, if you don't mind, I would like to give a floor to you. Earlier this year, your organization, Business for Nature, made some clear and extremely firm recommendations to COP15, Convention on Biological Diversity. We would like to hear about those recommendations and your thoughts on how this could and should be integrated in the government's post-COVID recovery plans.
Indeed, thank you very much, Vera. And thanks for this amazing panel that seems to address the issue of climate and nature. We have identified these two crises as very important that needs to be dealt with in a very systematic and integrated way. My name is Michael Ofusuhene-Weiss, representing Business for Nature, like you just mentioned. And Business for Nature is an organization that brings together business organizations, together with conservation organizations and businesses to try and address the issue of climate and nature. We work primarily with three strategic priorities. One is to influence the upcoming CBD Biodiversity COP and to bring the private sector voice into this process. Secondly, we also work as an organization to really amplify the work that businesses are doing in the space of nature and climate. And thirdly, which is also the role that I focus on, is to make sure that we're simplifying this effort of addressing climate change and biodiversity in a very interconnected and integrated way. We already know, and I think at COP26, there's always a preamble when people are speaking, that the world and nature is at a tipping point. We know from the science that this is perhaps the last opportunity for humanity to align with the 1.5 degree target. The IPBES report has also told us we are at a tipping point for nature. We know that we're losing about 1 million species, and that needs to be addressed. The companies that we work with understand this, and they have already started looking at these in a very integrated way. We have companies that are starting to assess the material impacts of both climate and nature on their businesses. They are already making bold commitments and actions to address these two in a very systematic and interconnected way. They're taking bold actions in finance, within the internal business models, And lastly, they're also advocating governments for these climate and nature initiatives. So we, as Business for Nature, recently actually had 1,000 companies that have called on governments to implement bold policies and actions. As we move forward and trying to converge all of this, we, together with the partners that we work with, launched a report which looks at how governments can support businesses to actually go further and faster. Because while businesses understand the imperative to address these things together, we know that they need a level playing field to be able to actually advance on these things. So yeah, we launched a report which we're calling Policies for the Planet on how governments can really support businesses to tackle climate and nature together. And I'll just quickly highlight some of the points that we were trying to get across. The first one is around target setting, that we need governments to set interconnected targets on climate and nature. We know the climate, within the climate process, they have the NDCs, and we need similar targets for nature. However, we do not need only the long-term net zero targets. What's really important are the short-term targets and timelines for reaching these long-term goals, both for net zero and nature positivity. And when we are able to have governments, give that political landscape for the long-term, but also critical short-term timelines, businesses will have the confidence to invest, to make the necessary actions that will address these two crises in an integrated way. Secondly, we ask governments to really embed and value both nature and climate through the mandatory disclosure of, for example, TCFD, mandatory disclosure of ESG, and making this the core sort of information base for business and governments to take action on these initiatives. The third one is around how we, redefine the global sort of economy through financing. We know that currently there is a lot of financing going for, fossil fuels, destruction of nature. We need to make sure that subsidies and finance are reformed to really incentivize action that addresses both nature positivity, but also net zero, and really informs the transition to a just world. And the fourth one that we are proposing is around how the world now goes, beyond the issue of COVID-19. What COVID-19 did was that it exposed a lot of the, fragilities of our systems. We saw how fragile how our health systems are, but very, very importantly, we also saw how fragile we are to the impacts of both climate change and nature destruction. The pandemic itself was the result of human beings encroaching in nature, right? So I think we saw how these systems are very closely linked and how one trigger can have a severe impact on the entire economy. So moving forward past COVID, we are asking basically governments to put in place the right systems that take the learnings from COVID-19 and help us build back better. And then lastly, we know that there are 3 different UN framework systems to address: the UNCCD for desertification, UNCBD for biodiversity, and UNFCCC for climate change. What we are asking is to try and find a systematic way to bring this together and address these issues of climate, nature, and inequality in a very systemic and concrete way. I think I can end here. This is something that we are working on in the lead up to this COP, but also importantly in the CBD COP, and working with governments, but also with businesses to advocate for addressing climate change.
Thank you, Mike. It's very interesting start of our discussion. But now I think it's very right time to switch to the private sector. And I'm turning to one of our climate partnership members, the multinational law firm Baker & McKinsey. Greg, your firm has been part of COP for 15 years. You're like a veteran, and you know how well actually the process is being upgrading and how the COP was bringing more and more ideas. And I think your view on what can we take from the climate COPs right now and apply to COP15 biodiversity negotiations?
So, thank you. I mean, and as well, thank you for obviously putting the panel together, organizing it, but also, as we like to say, herding the cats in order to get all of us here to talk today. It's the timing of the two, the timing of COP15 on the biodiversity side, and at the same time that I think we've reached an important point in the overall COP process. I do think they're connected. So by that, I'm hoping that on the biodiversity discussion, we learn from the process that we've developed until now. So this is the 26th COP, and so some would say we learned along the way. And so that's what I hope. We don't reinvent the wheel and start over on the biodiversity discussion, because that'll just take years to learn the same things over and over. So I really do hope that we take a deep breath and we start. So we've had now we've got, the first meeting out of the way. I hope the parties take a deep breath and say, what can we do? Like, how can we fast track this discussion? Like, let's not go through the whole process again. And so that's probably the biggest thing that I hope comes out of the process to date and applied it to biodiversity. And so I think, one of the last points you just made was about the somehow putting the three streams together and talking about climate and biodiversity and nature all as kind of the same point. And that's what we were talking about just before we got started. That, to me, when I go back to the beginning, those points, like the nature and climate discussion, they were all wrapped up together, and somehow along the way we separated them. And so I think one of the things we should immediately try and do is put them all back together and say, listen, they're not in isolation, and let's think about, on the private sector, let's think about them together, and then move that discussion forward, rather than trying to develop three separate paths and then match them up together at the end. Like, I think that will just take longer. And so so I started with the idea that I think we're finally getting to a place in the COP process that's, productive. So Article 6 is now that's a big discussion point here today, but Article 6 is going to be fundamental to, kind of supercharging the results process. And so it'll basically allow all the countries to do what they're good at and the others to benefit from it. So that's the kind of thing I hope we take away as part of the biodiversity process. But whether we like it or not, you mentioned about the differences between the pandemic's brought out. I'll just close by saying the pandemic now, all the government budgets are tapped out. So governments have just spent trillions of dollars recovering from this pandemic that nobody saw coming. It's going to be even harder to get government money committed to things like this, even though it's important. So the private sector is now going to be even more under pressure to participate in this process than it would have been 2 years ago, just because the money has to come from somewhere. And so obviously there will be partnerships, and the governments still have to participate, but the extent to which they can participate is probably going to be more limited than it would have been 2 years ago. So so that's a very long-winded way of saying I hope we don't reinvent the wheel, and we can, this discussion will be much shorter than the previous 26 COPs have been. So.
Thank you, Greg, for a very in-depth summary. And as we just started the discussion, all of us realized that the particular role of a private sector and business and big businesses are huge. And great that businesses realizes that something needed to be changed, and from very long discussion and conversation, we need to turn to the practical steps. And I would like to engage in this discussion my colleague Anton from Moscow. Anton, good evening. Great that you're with us.
Good evening, Vera. Good evening, everybody.
Yeah, Anton represents N+, a very big corporation which actually combines metals and power sectors into one big corporation. And I think it will be interesting to get your ideas, Anton. What big corporation like N+ can do to start practical steps which could help us to protect biodiversity?
First of all, Vera, thank you very much, and thank you everybody for this amazing panel today. And first, I absolutely agree with previous speakers that today the connection between climate and other aspects, I would say, of sustainable development is undebatable today. So we see how much it affects social and economic factors as well as the overall well-being of people. But beyond that, we see it impacts business too. And of course, as the world's largest independent producer of hydropower and low-carbon aluminium, we recognize the interconnection of nature and climate and the impact of this relationship on our operations. So we set ourselves the best target for aluminium industry and for our company is to be net zero by 2050. and fully acknowledge that those efforts will not just mitigate climate change, but will impact positively on nature and biodiversity too. For instance, we see these interconnections at Lake Baikal, the largest freshwater lake in the world, so bearing over 20% of global freshwater resources, I would say. More than 2,500 species of animals and aquatic plants, and 2/3 of it are endemic, living solely in this reservoir. And some of them ensure the health of the lake, clean up pollution, such, for example, as Baikal sponge, and scientists observe a significant reduction in salinity in this species due to climate change. So we see that climate change significantly impacts water resources and the ecosystem of the lake. And from, for example, 2019, we noticed a significant increase in inflow into the Baikal and Angara basin overall. So, and according to the results of our 3-year environmental monitoring expeditions that we are running, our scientists concluded that the key problem is the inflow of polluted water from the Selenga River, its inflow river, where pollutant levels exceed the permissible sizes. So we see exceeding concentration of heavy metals, phenol, phosphorus. And it's a result of pollutions from coastal areas, of course, and settlements of the Selenga River basin. So, and our monitoring also shows an increase of microplastic content in the water. So, from our view, it says that there is no place anymore for wild and unregulated tourism, as well as we need to fill gaps of proper infrastructure, I would say. So that's why we conduct several programs for biodiversity preservation in the regions of our presence, and especially, of course, at Lake Baikal. And we support several studies, some of them, for example, regarding the Baikal seal. It's the top of the food chain of the Baikal ecosystem. So we're exploring the possible construction of floating islands to preserve birds in the downstream, which depends on water level fluctuations. So acknowledging the water regime regulation impacts ecosystem, together with the Institute of Water Problems of the Russian Academy of Science, we developed biodiversity-friendly regulation regime for the HPP cascade. So, and of course, we share the results with the relevant ministry in Russia for future consideration in decision-making regarding regimes. And now we are on the track to assess how our HPPs can be adapted to climate change. The more significant impact we expect to see, I would say, is a change in river flow. So we plan to improve somehow water regime management in order to smooth climate change impacts for biodiversity in particular. And thank you, HI. Of course, HI, they made new hydropower sustainability standard that was discussed today morning. And so, of course, it's a efficient tool to assess how climate, biodiversity, and other sustainability issues are managed at particular HPP with alignment towards best practices. So we appreciate the launch of this standard, and we are ready to play our part in its further development. So we run some others, I would say, programs for reservation of the Lake Baikal, like, for example, the most popular in Russia and the most effective one, voluntary project named 360, when a lot of volunteers together restore the shores of Lake Baikal and Angara River, and some others with scientifics. But I would say that it's very important today to connect with each other, the climate and nature, because one very influence to another. And today we are running a lot of programs with our scientists to go through that problem. Thank you very much. From my side, that's it. I would be ready to answer any questions.
Thank you, Anton. From the private sector examples we just heard, it's obvious that business can play a vital role in implementing the solution that the world needs. However, that puts a tremendous responsibility onto the shoulders of the business sector. And we're confident if the business can deliver that. That's a question I would like to address to Tom, representing World Business Council for Sustainable Development. Tom, what role do global organizations such as the World Business Council for Sustainable Development play in helping businesses to cope with this challenge?
Great, thank you, Vera, for being part of this really great, important discussion. And quickly, before I respond to your question, just to reflect on what Anton was saying, because I think there's some really key principles there that we can learn from in terms of what business leadership looks like. Science-informed, stakeholder engaged, and prioritization. You know, nature and climate can be a very complex issue for business, so they really need to prioritize. So I think some really nice lessons learned there from what Anton was describing. So WBCSD is the leading business platform on sustainability, and we've identified 3 global challenges to focus our work on: the climate emergency, nature loss, and inequality. So this nexus that we're talking about today is really important for us and our members. And we have 200 member companies that we engage with, and we partner very closely with Business for Nature. So all of those points of advocacy that Michael raised, we are fully behind those. Now, what we've been doing at WBCSD over the last few months or so is unpacking this concept of nature positive. You'll be aware of the global goal for nature. So this sets us on a trajectory for nature positive by 2030, based on a 2020 baseline, and full nature recovery by 2050. And what we've staged are 3 deep dive dialogues on this with about 40 or so business and other key stakeholders. So it was a business focused discussion, but with contributions from academia, NGOs, conservation groups, public sector. And what emerged from these dialogues are 6 building blocks for nature positive. And whilst the framework of these building blocks, which essentially takes you through very similar steps that have been outlined in frameworks like the Natural Capital Protocol or the emerging science-based targets for nature, you know, assess, prioritize, commit, measure, act, disclose. What's different in these building blocks is that it really dives into these areas and gets to some of the nitty-gritty of what business needs to do. So for example, on assessment, we are still finding that a number of companies are not recognizing nature as a material issue. And let's be clear, nature is a material issue for all companies. Part of the reasoning for this blind spot is that often companies are only looking at their impacts on nature and not their dependencies. So for the assess part of our building blocks, we really need to emphasize it's about looking at impacts and also dependencies. We're also seeing that for some realms of nature, companies are more advanced than others. For example, and we heard from Anton about their freshwater work, many companies will have a freshwater target, but fewer companies have land or oceans targets, for example. And I think this is quite good news for business because it means they are not starting from scratch. If you have a strong track record on freshwater performance, that's your entry point for developing a more holistic nature goal and actions. And when it comes to action, we need to be directing action at multiple scales. So this could be at a brand scale, operations, value chain, landscape, and ultimately a systems level. If you're only looking at nature positive from an operational level, then you're not doing enough. You need to be thinking about the different levers you can pull across those scales. So when you start getting into the weeds of what nature positive means from a general business perspective, a value chain perspective, and your own business perspective, you really start to see, yes, the complexities of it, but also the opportunity space really opens up. And we're really starting to see companies embrace this now, bringing together their climate and nature strategies, goals, and actions, and much more to come on this as we run up to the CBD COP Part 2 at the end of April and May next year.
Thank you, Tom. To build on what you say, I would like to turn to Andrei, Deputy Executive Director of Vernadsky Foundation, one of Russia's leading environmental organizations and an NGO that has established a consultative partnership with UNESCO. Andrei, what is your view on the interconnectedness of nature and climate in Russia? What lessons can we learn from the global community, and what nation-specific findings can we share with the world in return? Andy, we cannot hear you, unfortunately.
Yes,
Yeah.
can you
Yeah.
hear me now? Yes, and first of all, thank you very much for inviting me. I'm really happy to be here, and I am really happy to see some familiar faces and some of our partners. And in fact, the Vernadsky Non-Governmental Foundation has been doing pretty same things as Tom just described. But if the World Business Council for Sustainable Development has been doing it from the part of business, we're doing pretty same things, but from side of a non-profit organization and NGO sectors. And of course, just let me give you an overall glimpse of the situation. But first of all, I would like to say that, you know, the interconnectedness between climate and nature, and I would also say between culture and history, has been always with us, starting from the dawn of mankind, just before Christ era. And just let me draw 3 examples here that, first of all, and from the very beginning, the decided factors were acts of God and were natural forces that were actually responsible for climate change and for changing the way of life and changing the biosphere and all the like. And as we all know, for example, the Great Steppe and the Huns. The Huns became nomads, and they provoked the great migration of peoples due to the fact that the steppe turned into an arid landscape. And we know the circumstances and outcomes of this migration. And another example is the Hungarian tribes that had lived more than a millennium in the western part of Siberian forest as the climate started to change and became warmer, and the forest gradually gave way to steppe. And thus the ancient Hungarians switched from a sedentary to a nomadic lifestyle. And they, for several centuries, made their way from the Uralic Mountains to the Danube Valley, where they found a new homeland in 896, which is called in Hungarian like Honfoglalás. And the first historical example that might be regarded as a footprint, human footprint, is a hypothesis about Babylon. And this is the way that the city of Babylon was situated on the Euphrates river and on one of the channels of this river. And when the workers started the melioration works, trying to get this channel straight, they plunged into a very challenging situation when the current has actually became quicker, and they will be flooding enough. But on the other hand, they couldn't know that about the geology of this factory. And of course, they couldn't assume the saline layer that was on the riverbed on the rivers. And salt rose gradually along the capillaries and salted Babylon. And people had nothing to do but abandon this great city. And we see that from the very beginning, this interrelation between climate, nature, history, and culture has been always with us. And we know that in the course of history, it's became more and more severe, and people started to play a greater role in changing climate. And as a great Russian scientist and thinker, Vladimir Vernadsky, the foundation was named after him, our foundation, he said that in the course of time, the situation has been gradually changing, and eventually led us to the fact that people, mankind, has become a peer to natural forces. And Vernadsky wrote about it in the very beginning of the 20th century, that a man has become a geological force. What does it mean? It means that the man has gathered such knowledge and scientific progress that have made a man as mighty as never before, and he can either fully destroy our home, the earth, our only home, or to make it sustainable and suitable to live for future generations. And as for Vernadsky, when we will use our ration, we will reach noosphere, which is the age of reason. And thus he predicted the sustainable development that we've been now. And talking about how the foundation as an NGO work with businesses and other stakeholders and actors to cope with climatic challenges and to enhance public awareness, businesses' awareness of the situation, I would say that we've been running a number of programs that we actually made at the federal, national, and regional levels. And maybe one of the oldest and most famous and recognized program in Russia is a pan-Russian cleanup action, Green Spring. The foundation launched this program in 2014, and more than 14 million people since then have participated. And including businesses, including higher educational institutions, think tanks, universities, NGOs, grassroots, public organizations, and so on and so forth. And the participants of these cleanup action, also the Russian region, they not only clean up their communities and neighborhoods, but they also plant trees and bushes. They do this forestation and reforestation of areas, which is very important because we know how forest is important for like a carbon sink for our future and for benevolent conditions of living. Another, so to say, focus of the foundation is the ecological volunteer movements. Starting from 2018, we've been running this Best Eco Volunteer Court contest, providing the incentives for eco activists and businesses and nature reserved areas, national parks, like, you know, local communities to make their life more environmentally friendly and people more environmentally conscious. Another program is mutual environmental training courses with universities and with and for businesses. When we have special training courses for personnel of the businesses, the personnel that is directly doing with environmental policy and environmental programs on site, on industrial sites. And we have programs to enhance public awareness of climate change and challenges, like the ecology days in the Russian region, which is in fact to provide and to foster environmental culture through environmental education. Another good program for kids, for school kids.
Andrei, we cannot hear you.
About that. Okay, can you hear me now?
Yeah.
Okay. This is this is a new, quite new, brand new project for us. This is an eco skills school project in partnership with Biosphere Reserves in Russia. And less than a month ago, we had a eco schools practical training course in and together with the Krasnoyarsky Stalvy, which is the Krasnoyarsk Pillars Biosphere Reserve, which is, it was really breathtaking. And all these projects and programs we've been doing in collaboration and with a lavish support provided by leading Russian businesses like Gazprom Public Corporation, Novatek Public Corporation, and Rosatom State Nuclear Agency, Energy Agency, and with the help of other partners like Rusal, like Kernplus, and others. And of course, using the collaboration ties with leading Russian universities like the Lomonosov Moscow State University, Kazan, Tomsk, and St. Petersburg State University. And I would also like to, I'm sorry, I'm not tourist. I was going to be tourist, but so many on the desk that I will try to squeeze it to make it sweet and short. So the foundation has a vast international exposure, and since 2015, we've been in our official partnership with UNESCO, and especially working closely with the UNESCO program Man in Biosphere, and being an official partner of the Russian Committee of the Man in Biosphere program, like doing some projects to preserve biodiversity and again to enhance public awareness of how beautiful our nature and that we're supposed to keep it and to preserve it for future generations. And talking about international cooperation, I couldn't help but mention our cooperation with the Helmholtz Association of the German Scientific Centers, and especially we've been closely cooperating with the GFZ, which is the Center for Geosciences from Potsdam. And we've already done 2 scientific summer schools for young scientists from Germany and from Russia. The school is alternatively conducted in Russia and in Germany, and unfortunately, because of the pandemic of coronavirus, we couldn't make this school last year as initially planned, but we are optimists and we do hope that it will be possible either the next year or the next, but 1 year. Okay, and just to make a short resume of what I've just said, I would like to say that as the World Business Council for Sustainable Development, the Vernadsky Foundation also has been serving as a nexus point for businesses, for all those stakeholders and partners to start cooperating on solving environmental problems, and which are especially looming large nowadays, such as climate change and climate adaptation and climate refugees, preserving biodiversity, educating people and enhancing their public awareness to make a change. And we do believe that it is not a protesting environmental movement, but involvement of all those concerned to find a common ground among all stakeholders, made them in groups and like-minded environmental people and partners would in the long run help us achieve the noosphere, the age of reason, and thus to achieve environmental sustainable development of our world. Thank you very much.
Thank you all for your very fascinating insights, and by that I would like to open the floor up to the brief discussion. If you don't mind, I would like to start with the term net positive. For example, Tom has repeated this term several times during his brief presentation, and it means like everyone is talking about net positive, but we still don't have a unique definition what it means. So Mike, if you don't mind, I would like to start with you. What does net positive for climate mean for you and your organization?
Well, I think for climate, I think that the term that's going around and very popular nowadays is net zero, which obviously is very much in the limelight now, but also very much embedded in the Paris Agreement itself. Article 2 of the Paris Agreement talks about the role of removals to help us achieve, the Paris goals of, 1.5. And the IPCC report has made it very clear that the removals piece is very, very critical to actually help us achieve that 1.5 target. I think when it comes to net zero, the issue is currently around the different nomenclature that has also been sort of associated with this whole removals piece. We have climate neutrality, we have other terms like climate neutrality, net zero itself. But we've been working with, for example, the UNFCCC and particularly within the high-level champions team in the Marrakesh partnership to create a lexicon which actually explains what different terms mean. And the IPCC gives us a very fundamental meaning for net zero itself, which is, the moment where all anthropogenic greenhouse gas emissions are removed, in comparison to the anthropogenic emissions that are produced. So this is an equal balance of all anthropogenic greenhouse gas emissions, including methane and others, while something like climate neutrality does not take into account all the greenhouse gas emissions. So I think on the climate side, we definitely have a much better understanding of what net zero means, given that we understand the CO2 equivalent, we have the greenhouse gas protocol to help with the accounting, and we do understand it. Where it becomes a bit challenging is with the whole concept of nature positive and what that means. I think from a government level, that's still being figured out. And from a private sector level, if we understand what Tom was saying, this is something that Together Business for Nature is very much involved in that conversation, working with businesses. What does this actually mean? So earlier this year, we've actually worked with WBCSD, with the World Economic Forum, to produce a kind of CEO cheat sheet to help companies start working through that journey of how to achieve net zero. And I think Tom alluded to a few of those already, is for companies to first start assessing their material, not only impact, but also dependencies on nature. Following that, they can obviously use that to materially set the right targets for nature, but to also be in line with the global goal of, first halting nature and biodiversity loss, and then, quickly and increasingly trying to reverse this loss, where we now go into a stage where nature is actually growing and thriving and biodiversity numbers are growing. Then from, assessing, setting the right targets and making the commitments, then we go into that space of actually acting and putting in place the right measures, where companies are now, actually acting to, through regenerative purposes, through restoration, through halting biodiversity loss. And then lastly, going into the space of advocacy and using that tangible evidence of action to leverage policymakers to further, start this ambition loop and this cycle of, business action leading to further government action that ultimately helps maintain this, status of nature thriving and nature actually regenerating. So I think
Michael, thank you very much. You brought a very important point into this discussion. Elaborating it further, Greg, should we set common global targets for all regions when we're talking about net positive or not?
I think we do, but they can be, to Michael's point, one of the first points I made was that we've separated climate and nature, and really they should be together. But part of that has been as we just talked about, we've got climate targets which are easier to measure. I agree. I do think we should set a target, but it has to be the target, or the concept has to be that we don't do any negative. We don't take any actions that are negative for nature at all. So unlike climate, where we can say you can do one bad thing over here as long as you do a better thing over here, and then they will offset each other and you will come out ahead. We can't do that with the nature discussion. We can't go around and poison a complete ecosystem and say we're making up for it over in Brazil and the rainforest by doing twice as much over there. So yes, the target I think globally has to be there shouldn't be any negative effects to nature. It should just be it should just be a positive. Everything should be a positive impact on nature. We have to get away from you can do some bad if you make up for it somewhere else. That doesn't help in the nature discussion.
Okay, it seems like some part of our online participants are not with us, and it means that the next question goes. No, back.
I think they're back.
Fine. It's clear that we have an opportunity now, as nations work on how to recover from COVID pandemic, to accelerate changes needs to transform our future and climate. Changes that would put biodiversity on a path to recovery, reduce the risk of nature of future pandemic, and protect the human race. So, who should drive this process? Tom, what do you think?
I guess the short answer is that it needs to be a multi-stakeholder process. I think that we're learning this from a number of different systems transformation discussions, as many in the audience will be aware. Recently, we had the first ever food system summit, and I think what was quite unique in the development and the delivery of that summit and then the follow-up is that it was very much driven by multi-stakeholder cooperation. So ultimately, it's for all stakeholders to engage in that process. But of course, we need the rules of the game. We need accountability mechanisms. And then government is best placed to do that with the global biodiversity framework. When that is adopted by member states, they will then be implementing it within jurisdictional settings. And then it's up to key stakeholders to actually implement on the ground. And I think this is the key thing that we need to get ready for is as the GBF, the Global Biodiversity Framework, is still in development and will be finalized, we actually need to get ready for action. So once it is adopted in April and May, we don't sit on our hands and say, well, we've got a great set of targets with a high ambition. We really need to get moving. And it's interesting when we look at the when we look at the climate space, you hear anything between nature being 3 to 15 years behind where climate is in terms of the policy landscape, public engagement, financial flows, and action. Now, if you look at net zero, as Michael introduced and described it there, from the concept to commitments, it's taken about 10 years. So from the idea that to stop global warming, we need to reach net zero anthropogenic additions of greenhouse gases to where we are today with, I guess it's over 3/4 of the global economy covered by net zero pledges. I mean, that's taken about 10 years. We don't have 10 years for the same acceptance and adoption for nature positive. We need to do this in 2 or 3 years' time. By 2023, 24, we need to see a significant number of governments and business with credible nature positive commitments in place, adopting frameworks like the Science-Based Targets for Nature, for example. And just to also pick up on many of the points that Andre was raising there, was making the connection, we're talking largely about the climate and nature nexus, but bringing in people to that nexus is also critical. So civil society as a key stakeholder is important. And we should always think about what are the virtuous cycles that we can create between climate, nature, and people. People doing good for nature and climate, which incentivizes people to do more things for climate and nature, whether that's ecosystem services and paying for those ecosystem services or other means. We should really tap into the opportunity to engage, incentivize civil society to take action on climate and nature together.
Indeed.
Andre, just summarizing our discussion, what do you think? How can progressive businesses influence their peers to choose a more sustainable pathway? Yeah, we cannot hear you.
First of all, yes, I'm here. First of all, I would like to say that I second Tom's stance really, and absolutely agree with what Tom just said. But as for talking about recovery from the pandemic, I'm not quite confident that the environmental security would be the right thing to do by the businesses. And some of them would think that, first of all, we'll have to recover our business, output and our indices, and then we'll think again about climate productivity first, and so climate issues, environmental things a little bit later. And therefore, we're here just to make incentives also for business and for people and for civil society to prove and to show that they could be actually, go along together absolutely perfectly. And in many, many senses now, production is heavily dependent on the environmental approaches. And we know that leading companies, both in Russia and internationally, have a very so to say, sophisticated and versatile environmental ecological policies, which is really nice. And we'll have to capitalize on the lessons learned and replications of the lessons, and therefore we'll have to show them that now we are moving from maybe the old approaches of production to new approaches of production, where when it is really to be net positive is really valuable and it is profitable. This is like a new standard of that can ensure our I should say, resilient and regenerative world. This is just in a few words.
Thank you so much. On behalf of Climate Partnership of Russia, let me thank you for your insights, ideas, and your desire to protect our planet. It's not an easy way, but definitely it's quite challenging, and absolutely sure that through collaboration, partnership, and very productive exchange of ideas, we will be able to find and implement solutions which could protect and save our planet for future generations. Thank you so much. It was a fantastic another day on COP26. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you. Bye.
Bye. Thank you.